Back in it. Last we left off. Night of the Witches 1. Don't have any other archives we can go. So we're out for something fun. Add a new emote. For use for anybody. It's originally just a normal Sono-G, but LMAO decided to be funny. Of the Doja returned to his apartment on foot as per routine for a blanket of clouds in the night. Apartment building clanged with each step. One of his eye, he could see bicycles parked by the apartment buildings. He debated the pros and cons of a bicycle, how much life would be expense, the convenience versus simplicity, but in the end decided one was not right for him for now. Bag of apples in his arm, he took out the key to his residence. Sudden confusion. More and more he found himself preoccupied with such random thoughts, when the real issue at hand was deciding what to do with the apples he had received. Apples, he just faced the paper bag by the sink and switched. After 10 in the evening. After term exams just around the corner, he had come home an hour earlier than usual. For the kitchen, he made back for the kitchen to pick one of the apples to snack on, he found envelopes stuffed in his mail slot. No name, return address, or stamp. Inside was a single piece of paper that only had the sender's name and a short message.
話があるので、今夜どこそこのここに来られたし、大事なようなので、来るまでずっと待っている。言うまでもなく、他言無用。
Concise set of orders, neatly written. Signed by Kawasaki. Turn off to enclose a detailed map of the meeting. Cocked his head to the side, then headed out the door. Upon the room's sole tenant leaving the premises, the envelope burst into flames and evaporated without a trace, as though it never existed in the first place. By the late 80s, Japan's post-war economic boom had stabilized, and the city experienced a period of steady growth. As modernization marched on, the Japan Railway Station, a symbol of the new era, near completion. Like his every town of Yashirogi, a new symbol of its own was about to be born. Building's fucked up. Yashirogi bread and Kitsuland. Saki's worst investment. Later it'll be dubbed the fool of the economic bubble, relic of the bygone age. 10 years ago, his renowned Tokitsu baking company ran factories all across the nation. His proprietor was a middle-aged gentleman, then age 56, by the name of Yurihiko Tokitsu, known affectionately by most as Topon. He took it upon himself to begin development on an estate on the outskirts of Yashirogi and broke ground in a recreational wonderland that he hoped to be the pride of Misaki City. The long-awaited opening came in 1981. 3 years of investment, this local amusement park full of all kinds of hopes and dreams began a short-lived tenure. Of more than 85 square acres. Jesus Christ. Magnificent merry-go-round dazzled all who passed the park gates. The roller coaster twisted and turned about the edges of the park like a writhing Japanese. Ferris wheel packed beyond necessity with gimmicks was said to have tested the limits of modern engineering. Old Yurihiko looked up on his creation and smiled. What boosted his confidence was the fact that its grand opening was staged during a period of prosperity, springtime of the world. In spite of this, abundantly miscalculated the balance between aspirations and sophistication. Mascot Kitsy was poorly designed and appeared like a cheap knockoff. The park was stuffed to the brim with bread stands. They got too much bread! Too much! It's impossible to navigate Mirror Maze, seeming out of date from the start. Seems to be had at Kitsy Land, only nightmare satire. Numerous trade magazines lambasted Kitsy Land shortcomings and customer attendance declined. In an incident where a 6-year-old strayed from his mother had an accident and nearly died. In 1886, 5 years after the park opened, the situation grew from bad to worse. The park was hemorrhaging money. For everything you're equal, bet everything on success of mascot Kitsy retired and Kitsy Land's operations were officially in trouble. Thus, amidst the scorn of nearly all the residents of the area, ended Misaki's one and only amusement park. Or, perhaps best described as a footnote of this debacle, the self-proclaimed Parisian artist who designed the mascot, Toki Jules, was said to have stabbed his brush in the morning over the disclosure of the park. Returning to the present. Kitsy Land. As midnight in Kitsy Land of today was the shadow of its former glory. Like a doll abandoned in the corner of a toy box, the only park was illuminated by the light of the town that continued around it. To close the Ashiroki guidebook they picked up on the way here. The story of its history was almost difficult to believe. Suppose this was what people referred to as entropy. The park's front gate was unlocked. Worked there the previous time, the iron fence was locked shut with a rusty chain, but the chain was never to be seen. Following the map drawn on a letter, Soichiro quickly made his way inside. The hell does she want? Playing quite a character for him. Because despite his naivety, even he knew that something was amiss. The park was abandoned, this was still trespass. Entry, larceny, burglary. These were certainly not things, or perhaps crimes that Soichiro was proud to do, but... He's too nice. Money apparently was why his conscience was gnawing at him. After sends an apology toward the statue of Kitsy, on whose eyes the pain had become aptly designed. Poor fucking kid. After past the mascot bleeding red paint from his eye sockets and began to walk to Night Park. The building's colors had faded, the collection of machines was rusted, and made residents no longer felt the time. The ghosts of themselves could not endure this disparity between grand stature. Like a fossilized dream. Ruins of a paradise was created, abandoned by men in reality. The economy had stabilized, and the standard of living was on the rise. No concern with the future. Wild and exciting era. His breathing turned to white wisps before him, so Joe continued through the abandoned amusement park. The void of human presence is not nearly as frightening as the dark, steep mountains. Servers could take any different forms, but Kitsy Land was unusual for an amusement park in so much as it had been built adjacent to a residential district. The park was surrounded by a forest, but even that ultimately it was no different from the curtains on the classroom window. To scale the iron fence and cycling and break through the 20 yards of forested trees, you can make it back to the familiar hellscape. The amusement park tended to arouse dread in the city. Such was a little different than the commotion and terror. Applause was the silence of grave. According to the map, the meaning follows west of here. After Soichiro at the station was a rugged, imposing, magnificent castle towering before the backdrop of the... For an abandoned park, it was a remarkable structure. More coastal tourists who were allowed intense attractions, this was fine, easy going. This was one of Kitsy's Land's 3 iconic structures in a way that would force the guy's paradise down the path of closure. Speaking, amusement park mazes generally fall into one or two categories. Labyrinths. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Labyrinths, which disorient visitors with their sheer size, and mirror houses, which disorient visitors with optical illusions. Many of the labyrinth's guests enjoyed the brief sense of adventure that it afforded. Other areas, however, would be usurped by the ever-increasing thrills of the attractions, such as the wave of all trends, the curse of fads. The new must give way to the newer. On the other hand, the House of Mirrors was a time-honored beloved staple. Even within the confines of a classroom's dimensions, well-placed mirrors and well-directed light both reflects the delight its visitors. Figuring in the cost of maintenance, a well-designed House of Mirrors could far outlive its brethren. Both types fade to obscurity, they remain a staple of what constituted an amusement park. However, that didn't mean that combining them would produce fun. Together, they transform from entertainment into an uncanny realm from which their step within could never. In a similar sense, Kitsy's Mystery Tour Castle is the park's very own otherworld. Indeed, 5% of visitors end up requesting staff assistance to get out. All after European castles was greater than a football field in length, and the interiors were split in three. They were insane for making a mirror maze this big. What the fuck? 2 floors above ground and 1 below. Lined with mirrors from top to bottom, equal parts complex and vast, and maze that demanded at least 30 minutes even from veterans. One visit was all it took to be struck by catoptrophobia for hours. It was this labyrinth that now stood in Sojir's way. Sojiro, unaware of what a House of Mirrors even was, considered himself only fighting. Letter from Alco once more. Letter read, I'll be waiting in the first floor lobby of the House of Mirrors. This is definitely in here. See by at least see. Not just make out the light faintly through. Especially as he head towards the entrance. Steps against the path that goes far from the hustle and bustle of the city. Park's clocks no longer made tick nor talk. Light no longer blew in the silence and stillness that would cause any onlooker. Here's the cover it was wrong. Oh, pain. Listen, you have to move on. It's Natad, it's okay. You can let go now. The accident was the train was First step abruptly at the entrance of the House of Mirrors.
ところで青崎、そんなところで何してるんだ?
Called out, turning back toward the plaza. Can't even assassinate somebody properly. That rang out as if somebody had dove behind a garbage can and fell into the ground in their haste. Or silence ensued. For a moment, the abandoned park returned to its previous hush. Then, to her having been exposed, the girl appeared from her hiding place.
Oh.
Yep, that's combat gear, Alco. His voice died in his throat as he took the side of the girl's familiar face and unfamiliar attire. This Alco with the long hair flowing in the breeze was different from the Alco that's so new. She's got that blue aura. There was the stance of posture she took exuded. Stared directly at him with a sharp-eyed, piercing glare. Her eyes were glowing with a dim, phosphoric light enough to give Sojiro a pause that he might be hallucinating. An icy coldness to the girl's strength. Sojiro lacked a sense of danger, but the sense of imbalance caused even him to feel malice in the air. As though the Yuki-Onna spirit of folkloric, you know, that is the perfect way to describe Alco. I'm not gonna lie. Cold bitch. And it had appeared here in reality. Turn off the sun. Yeah.
Aozaki.
Instinctively, Sojiro took a step back. Surprised, he was starting to feel concerned. An unpleasant premonition rose to the surface, bringing with a sense of anxiety. By this, he felt obliged to honor urban etiquette by seeing if she was alright.
その顔を見るに何かあったのかと一応聞いておくんだけど。
Emo. I'm mad that Discord fucked it up, but at least it works on Twitch. Without acknowledging him, Alka took a step forward. Her figure, this atmosphere, Socher found himself recalling recent memory. It's really good. On Discord, it's just the first frame of it, which is funny in its own regard, but the full effect can only be felt on Twitch. His twisted and nodded apprehension melted away and was replaced with a growing realization. Yeah, I'm just that good of a, I'm just that big of a genius. It just works both ways. The girl before him was very similar to someone he had seen before, the night in the park, though he had only seen her from behind. Increasing, certainly causing him to swallow nervously, he knew that they might as well have been identical.
何をしていたかって話なら見ての通りよ。ここで
It's also another emote that
待ってたの。あなたが入ってから私も入って逃げ道をなくすつもりだったから。
It's also another emote that Solo can get annoyed by, so it works triple effectively. Akko said, are perturbed by the swift change in plans.
そうか。待ち合わせ場所は合ってた。
Okay, so this was where I needed it to be. Sojourner was mightily relieved he not gone the wrong place. Head empty. It was unclear whether he felt confident about dealing with what was to come, or he had simply failed to grasp the hopelessness. Alka ignored his obtuse response and continued.
私はね、しずきくん。嫌いな人とか憎い人とかは人並みにいるんだ。ただ、ちょっと変なのが敵になるやつの条件でね。
Emotion burned in her eyes. Her feet had lower moved one step closer to Sojourner. Her sense of foreboding was growing stronger. One of 40 steps was bloodless, he retreated another step. Feeling as so, they maintained distance of just 15 feet.
昔から私は嫌いな相手でも敵と思ったことはなかったの。でも逆に好きな相手を敵だと思うこともあった。理由は単純。
Sono-G, back the fuck up, she's gonna shoot you! She held her right arm out. Light about her was no illusion.
当たり前のことだけど。私は私の感情を乱すやつが敵なのよ。
Arm moved again. Instantaneous. Shot past Sojourner in the blink of an eye, missing him by just a foot to his left. What? Before his eyes, the blue lights of the akin to a fireball had ignited from nothing. He finally saw what was happening.
ちょっと待った。今のは大変見覚えがある。
He ignored his dim-witted reaction.
外したか。
Also, Alko, truly legend. You were 15 feet away, dog. You had a fireball and you missed. The D&D players at the table would ridicule you forever. Alko muttered to herself. His ice hold of blue light and made in the House of Mirrors crackled and smoldered. Fuck, that could easily cut even a human skull in addition to burning it to a crisp.
こんな射程で外すなんて。アリスに言われたら自殺者ね。でもこれで分かったでしょ。二度目だものね。あなたにとっては。
They go ahead and fuck down look like this then. Sojourner backed away swiftly. Things were beyond incomprehensible. He was close to losing the ability to think at all. All he could make out was the figure of the dependable student council president. Thought was the president, and the memories of the park that night 2 days. He never experienced anything like this, though. Last country would never see anything like it either. A lethal weapon that could kill with nothing more than the pull of a finger had a way of suspending the ability of its target to determine between not just getting Dreams and reality, past and future. Soldier, where the fuck are you pulling this from? The more peaceful someone's life had been, the stronger that suspension was likely to be. Just... Hey, chat, would you have been able to figure out that this is a... an anti-peace bullet? An anti-harmony bullet just sort of getting shot once at you? I wouldn't have. I would assume, damn, that's a fucking blue fireball. Ow. All that one could think about was the fact that they were alive at that very moment. As if he was an unwritten character on a blank piece of white paper. There's no before, there's no after, there was only what came next. Very common thought process for anyone staring down the barrel of a gun.
命乞いはやめてね。意味ないから。でも、恨み事ならご自由に。殺す側の義務として一言一句聞いてあげる。
Saying it was pointless, she made it sound more like she would not listen to what he had. However, Soldier was in a state of shock that did not even enter his mind to speak up. All he knew for reasons unknown was that the girl in front of him wanted him dead.
嘘つきにも程がある。
飛び丸
飛び丸のバカ。何がそんな生き物はいないだ。実際いるじゃないか、こんなお化けみたいなのが。
In his mind, she's like, God damn it, Tobimaru. Soldier felt that if he had said that aloud, the second blast would come even quicker than the last, so he kept it to himself. This mental expletive stirred his mind from paralysis to mere panic. This response came not from confidence, however. Someday, out of the blue, someone's going to kill him. It seemed like a basis of belief hold.
そうだった。都会には殺人事件がある。ルールを破れば殺されるのは当たり前だってちゃんと教えてもらってた。
The situation is perfectly aligned with his experience, understanding that the city was a cold, pragmatic place. Of course, he had considered at this moment being killed by a classic was not something to be so surprised by. In society where murder was possible, he was able to accept the sort of situation as natural. Of virtually no concern was the series of events that led to Aoko's aggression toward him. The only thing that truly confused him was Aoko's blue fireball. With an audible gulp. The one whom had been watching was the response of a victim paralyzed by fear.
そういうことよ。ようやく理解してくれたわね。多くは語らないけど、あなたにはここで死んでもらう。魔術は隠匿するものなんて言っても、そっちには関係のないことだし。単に運がなかったって思えばいいわ。大事なのは、私があなたを殺したってことだけだから。
Done talking, Aiko once again lifted her right arm. Home like a machine. The blade began to revolve about her arm beneath her. Taking longer than last time, when the soldier believed that it was going to be much stronger than the attack that was still scorching the wall behind him. Realization caused his panic to heighten.
いや、なんだ、つまり始末するとかしないとか、あの夜のお化けは青崎だったとか、都会は本当に込み入ってるとか、そういうことじゃなくて。
Thus became jumbled. His heart pounded like a hammer. There's no time to be standing still. He's not sure if the girl in front of him was really human. Importantly, even he could accept the events for him. When all was said and done,
待て、人殺しはいけないんだぞ。
my man. The fact of left of the city, Soldier was not about to lie down and die.
分かってるわよ、そんなことは。
Yeah, he's panicking, dog. A lot of thoughts are going through his head. Tried to, at least. Soldier's scream, still entirely oblivious, was just a thing to evoke Aoko's full wrath. Oh. Aoko fired a barrage of magical blue bullets. In an instant, Soldier dashed through the shadows behind him into the entrance to the House of Mirrors.
なんだい今のなんだ。
Darted furiously down the hall. A few feet, he was left completely out of breath. He was shocked at seeing yet another attack fiercer than the first they had never seen in his life. He couldn't shake the thought that if he had moved even a second later, he'd be dead. Rapid fire fucking bullets are behind. Cannot afford to stop. Sound merciless footsteps closed in behind him.
けど助かった。ここならなんとか。
Threw everything into his legs as he sprinted. Straight narrow paths about 60 feet long connected the entrance to the main lobby. This way, if he could just make it to the lobby, he was sure he'd be able to find as many hiding spots as he needed.
助かった。
You're in a large open space. First photo lobby, there were 3 passageways. One led to the basement floor, one could have or maze, the other was a set of stairs leading to. But did not particularly care which one he chose, so trusting his intuition, he made a run for the first floor maze. No! He's back to set into a transparent wall.
鏡。
ええ、面倒だけど、それならフェアでしょ。追いかける方にも逃げる方にも有利不利がある。
A cheerful voice echoed in his direction. No need for Sojo to even turn around. The very same mirror he had crashed into, you could see Aoko Ozaki's figure slowly approaching. Staring at you.
それと、1階の奥にある出口は封鎖しといたから。結界じゃなくて物理的に。やりすぎて封鎖っていうより瓦礫？土砂崩れ？どっちでもいっか。とにかく下手に出口に近づくと崩落に巻き込まれるから。生き埋めが嫌なら近寄らないことね。
Pink footsteps, Sojo groped for the wall. He was stairs to the second floor. I don't understand what Alko meant earlier, but at least he knew that the first floor would save him.
ま、私としてはそっちのが助かるけど。形式上、事故死の方が後始末とか楽だから。
Fearful fate. It was a creature beyond word. In her right taunting, she lifted her right arm ostentatiously. From over close, one could see some kind of strange, incongruous pattern upon her body. Veins beneath her skin. It made it seem as though something inhuman was circulating in her body. There are pity or repulsion. Sojo stopped for just a moment. Her evaded his gaze.
ああ、これ？普段は塗り薬で隠しているんだけど、今日は特別。魔術刻印って言ってね、魔術師の証みたいなものよ。ほら、光が回ってるでしょ？これがさっきのスナップ。わかりやすく言うと弾丸の元。今日は調子いいし、私、魔力を効率よく使うのだけは自信あるし。うん、あと30回ぐらいかな。さっきみたいな奏者ができるのは。
She was on an emotional high for her voice to become frightfully friendly. It's man, just like substance of the conversation could not have been any more unsettling, however.
そもそも何を言っているかよくわからないんだけど、青崎。
わからない？段数はあと30発ってこと。そこまで逃げ切ればあなたの勝ちよ。とりあえず今日のところはね。
今日はって明日もあるのかな。
Sojo knit his brows. His expression increased, scowl at his behavior. He could see the deep within, he still did not feel the full weight of the crisis. He knew he still didn't get it.
宣言はしたわ。自由時間はこれでおしまい。まだ罵り足りないだろうけど、ま、その手の時間はキリがないしね。この辺りで諦めて。
He's still so mad. Feared Alka had prepared this theatrical dialogue ahead of time. Our opponent in time for futile meeting, but to give him time to curse her, his killer. Rightness was her modus operandi. But the sixth hour was not going as she had hoped.
とにかくそういうことだから。じゃ、狩りの時間と行きましょうか。
Voice was void of emotion, her eyes ruthlessly reported to her. This time Sojo finally accepted that he was going to die. Silent as the dead, it stepped into the wind this night, nor a soul to be seen. Still heard the echoes from within, clasped his hands together and grinned. One with hands clasped resembled that of a budding tulip. The bearing of this artificial flower reflected the cloudy mirror that ticket attendants ate. Playboard corroded by years and years of graffiti crudely scrawled on top one. Twice with deaths. But had long ago fallen into disrepair. Taking a full 10 seconds to adjust what it was looking at and made its own revision. Day 3. Number of deaths today. Cutting this number with an index finger, smiled like a fly. Began to walk towards his. In 10 minutes, this is Rhapsody, echo from the house. Park's entrance returned as it was before. And Sojo had been the luckiest man alive. There's no way he could escape. The question, however, was how much of this was by design. Naoko, who made all arrangements, had no answer. Indeed, there were only 3 things to say. It's taking longer than expected, putting up more resistance than she anticipated, that choosing the House of Beers had been a mistake. He really screwed the pooch on this one. The location itself was an excellent choice, as the House of Mirrors is perfect as a hunting gun. Seeing her own incompetence reflected in the mirrors began to grate on her. The moment Alco's right arm began to glow, Sojo made a beeline for the staircase in front of him. A strobing series of blue flashes lit the room behind him. Calmly followed her play and prayed desperately upstairs.
注文通り
Smug.
そうでなくっちゃお膳立てした甲斐がない
In our contrast to Sojo's frenzy escape, Alco walked briskly up the stairs. Elected not to run after her prey in order to maintain a set distance. Fair. Got confidence in her accuracy, she'd be the most challenged if Sojo bull rushed her and went down fighting. After his feet, he posed no threat. By the time prey drew near, she could fire 10 shots that hit with at least 1 moment ago hadn't been ideal. Distance and the spaces open, there was a chance however small they could turn to a fistfight if you flanked and charged her. Apparently Alco's best weapon was the bullets from her right arm. That wasn't an advantage, it was in her best interest not to close the gap between them. It's a good time to approach should be after her prey become exhausted and lost the blood. Raise his leg, shoot him in the back, or perhaps we just give up and lose himself in the labyrinth. And when Edward, our target, sustained some sort of injury, became unable to run. Just then, he could barely bite back on the screaming as he bolted through the maze. Running a straight line had become difficult, much less searching for an exit. Sojo's critical weakness in this moment. Damn, he can't look at mirrors properly. Or searched out before him, or so the mirrors blocking the path and made it seem. Then he made a turn to the right. Ow. Also, he set his right arm, Sojo left his left, groping through the air to see whether the wall was there or not. He dove down the hall to the left, narrowly dodged the bullets. Drawn by the sound of the approaching footsteps, he ran without thinking. Closer, closer. Right. Got the odor of burnt hair from the back of his neck. Very lucky. Or perhaps very unlucky. If you're actually lucky, he would not be in this situation in the first place. The second floor of the house, the mirror is a structure like a band spiral. On the left, starting from the outside wall. Dead end. When you try to escape, the more cornered you become, as though you were trapped in a guillotine. Screams starting to leak out as complaints. That he was going to be killed, while his struggling music starts to prolong the inevitable. Ran. And how many mirrored walls he ran himself into? After crashing so hard that his forehead bled and he saw stars, he ran. Pain shot through him at every turn. The more frantically he ran, the more intensely he smashed into the walls. But he began to understand this rule and begged him not to run anymore. Breath was already ragged after sprinting. How he thought about it, this is not normal. This is way too crazy. It's all just a bad joke. If you turn around right now, she would apologize for taking too far. His mind blank as his body continued to slam into the mirror again. He slowed as he began to believe that perhaps this really was all a joke, but then... Still. To death upon his neck. Not being exaggerated to say, Sojo knew this guy had terrible children. Well, ever since he arrived in the city, he had become faithful in near-death experiences. When I understand city life, his present predicament was not unlike what he experienced the traffic on the streets or the commuter rush to the station platform. He was far from an innocent babe unable to comprehend fear. Rather, everything he had ever known became irrelevant when he was flung to fear. Society's promises of safety, so granted, were threatened. You see this already. To be honest, he was dissatisfied with some things. Things superfluous to necessity. The world was overflowing with valueless things, and they were all dangerous in some way. Even the everyday necessities sold at the convenience stores were, as far as he was concerned, raised the standard of living so high that it numbed humanity. Constant pursuit of wealth and convenience is a poison to a country. Not have the capacity to accept these conveniences. It's possible for such conveniences to easily and suddenly be misused and cause unintended accidents. That always made him anxious. He wondered why he was even here. Ironic. The real threat of death to finally make him realize. Fine revelation what he failed to understand until now. He always had to expect the unexpected. Near-death experiences are more common than one might think. You know, safety was something that came at a price. I meant the opposite was looking around the corner. Night. Sun rose, illumination naturally. Barrage of strange projectiles was mercilessly by him. He recalled in the back of his mind the charred remains of someone at the hands of that blue flame 2 nights prior. The creation reminded me of a horse being led by a dang. For now, he lifted his head and continued to run through the labyrinth. Purpose. He knew the pain in his chest was very real, he felt disconnected from it. Night sky visible through the skylight was a muddy ultra... Calm himself. Roger began to laugh in despair as though something rather precious had been broken. Everything had become meaningless anyway. Those legs somehow made their way forward at the sight of a reflection in the mirror. Game of cat and mouse, so reflected a labyrinth of mirrors. 4 minutes of strangely unreal tension. Nine shot of blue light inches away from him. Followed the moment Mike launches a wall. All the fire he had taken thus far, this shot indisputably brought him to the close of death. To the floor. Back was on fire with pain. Bleeding was lucky he could still even scream. Fire refused to. Physically and mentally, he still had something to spare. It was not so bad he couldn't get up. Skylight above him. The thing they overcame was a raw, selfish bout of greed. Oh, it was just so cruel. Stare at that for the remainder of whatever short life. For all intents and purposes, he had given up. He had given up fleeing from the pursuing footsteps and perhaps even the problems.
まあ青崎に殺されるならいいかな。
Sojiro Shizuki felt that things that in any other circumstance he would never. Evidently, without exaggeration or embellishment, the only mistake he had ever made in his entire life. Of course, this has to do with Alka. Staring vacantly into the night sky above, Sojiro listened as the footsteps drew near.
ギブアップ
Closest her voice had ever been to him. Feeling that he really had given up, she approached his collapsed form. In the dark mirror-lined corridor, he could not make out her expression. Eyes to me as
返事がないならそれでいいけど調子狂うわ普通どうして殺そうとするのかぐらい聞くものじゃない
shadows. As wine and bewilderment. Mention it, he realized it the obvious question to ask. He more or less picked up on the fact that he was learning some nature to want.
そっか。それはそうなるな。
Nation. This is a mixture of resignation and forlonging. He thought for a moment before.
でも言う必要はない。聞きたくないんだ。そういうのは。
He responded in a mature, subdued voice. His response was clear, rather gallantly so.
そう
Vibin.
じゃ殺すけど死ぬの怖くないの
怖いに決まってる。何より痛そうだ。
Sojiro was about to be murdered in cold blood. His face turned right as he objected to it. Frowned. As honest as he could be, he was honest about his feelings.
そりゃ怖いでしょ私だって怖いと思うしでも悪いわね我慢して
You deal with your death. It's fine, Sojiro.
人でなしと罵ってくれて結構よ今の私は本当にその通りだからそういった意味じゃあんたと同じ普通の道徳がないのよだから必要なら人も殺せる
Wondering how many times Akko did have to murder somebody in cold blood again before Sojiro. Sojiro's finger twitched in response to her indifferent tone. Say that despite having given up on just about everything, his body could not let those words slide.
人殺しなんて良くないぞ。
分かってるって言ってるでしょ
Akko raised. The light from the crest illuminated her face. Without saying, their expression was unchanged. Not crying, nor was she smiling. She was a young woman who had excised her feelings. Deal with it was another thing Sojiro could not let slide. Read Akko's face that she was not herself. Pain to agree he had never seen in her.
すまない。ちょっといいかな。
何ここまで悲壮感を盛り上げておいてやっぱり逃げるなんてのは却下よ
He unconsciously smiled at Alko's ruthless counter and breathed a sigh of relief. He had misread the pain he saw on her face. This is the same Alko. No, it's just fucking Alko. It's just Alko. Sojiro laughed out loud in genuine joy, a laugh that most other people would have taken as an insult.
遺言でも聞いてあげようと思った私が甘かった
I love Sono-G so
って
much.
いうか今の小バカにした笑いがあんたの遺言ってことで OK?
いや、そうじゃなくて、あそこにいる人は青崎の友人なのか？
Not a friend. Out of nowhere, Sojiro pointed behind Aoko.
はあ
Aoko thought it must have been that old, overused distraction technique. In a Japanese comedy act, this would be the part where she gave him a whack with a paper fan. But after thinking of a second thought, she realized Sojiro didn't have the capacity for understanding old or even new tricks. He's like, wait a minute.
あんた何言って
Perhaps his honest disposition had been to his benefit. Without thinking, Alco gave into her curiosity, turned her gaze to the direction which her fingers pointed. There. Something that should not have been there in the maze. Something with a creaking wooden smile. It was the ominous, creepy, uncanny figure of a girl. There we go.
人形
Oh, I can see a reflection in the reflection of the mirror. Damn, this shit creepy. An unusual figure with 2 arms and 2 legs stood silently in the darkness. For a moment, its beauty, which had been even more apparent from afar, sold the insanity of the current situation. Extend. The utterly unknown threat made Alcor freeze on the spot. Wanting it didn't even occur. Intelligence and knowledge, but when confronted with the unknown, they feel the process what to do, and Shriek escaped Alco's mouth. Attack crossed a 30-foot gap and it air with a girl who had appeared at the rear of the corridor was slender and quick. Extended to a near impossible length, Alco from behind. Alco crashed in the wall as she fought back with an ankle. Alco retracted her arm. Sojiro sprang to his feet. Guarded to her side and used all the strength he could muster to get to her. He cannot believe how light she was. In Sojiro's mind, Alco was an extraordinary individual. That if he were to ever touch her, it would be apparent she was far stronger than he. About as heavy as you expect a 100-pound girl to feel. Which is heavier, a 100-pound bag of feathers or a 100-pound Alco Ozaki? Meanwhile, the thing continued to reel in its arms as if it were some sort of mechanism. More than 30 feet from the elbow joint, it clanked as it returned to its previous shape and size.
大丈夫か
やめてよわからないわなんでそんな顔できるの
Tore her hand away from Sojiro's. Only she felt her knees buckle from under her, but Sojiro caught her before she could hit the ground and helped her to it.
無理するなであいつは知り合いか
Back at the eerie shadow, 30 feet away, as it finished retracting its arm.
そうね似たようなやつとは命をせめぎ合ったのかよ
Grabbed the Lord back as he circuits properly. Pain shot through her.
痛いっちゃ痛いけど打撲だけあれだけ絶好の奇襲をしておいてそれともこの距離じゃ当たっても致命傷にならないなんてあるわけないか何か別の意味があると見るべきね
Try to steady her breathing as she assessed the damage done to her back. Pain was quick to fade and her breathing returned to normal. For the time being, her motor functions were no longer hindered. But the real damage was elsewhere.
青崎あれ
分かってる黙ってて
Floated across the gloom. Energy generated by her breathing was accumulating in her right arm. Magical energy was the fuel, the formula was the igniter. Draco's little more than reactor into. Tarmac would fire a magical bullet as fast as she could. Approximately 30 feet. If I could secure a 2-second window, she could create a counterattack to end it. If I tilted down, there was no expression to be seen. Darkness, the current age was impossible to make it. Humans, the puppet was not dissimilar to a faceless ghost. The storm slowly came up with a grinding sound. Still as if the right arm which had been familiar hung at its side. And by its long locks, the sense was a smiling.
さっきと用途が違う。あれが本命。しずきくん、どいて。
Herself in the soldier and extended her hand. His arm extended at the very moment. Timing was impeccable. A single second, Alka snapped bullets for a direct hit in the puppet's arm, throwing a trajectory and sending it crashing into the puppet's body with a violent explosion. Or at least that's what happened if that's what would have happened had the magic formula had been invoked. To avoid being struck once again. Magecraft failed her, intuition took over, and she just managed to get away.
やられた。最初のはそういうことか。
Clenched her teeth in frustration, her thoughts racing a mile a minute. Fight or flight. Had one arm left, which would take time to retract. Caught Alka defeating it. Made the right arm just a fraction, she'd get close enough to.
Vebrin sum, solitare puteris inferis. Ictius meus orbitus dies, et meus nativus dies. Teobeam.
Crackle echoed through. What murmurs contained enough magical energy to perceive. Itself was Latin, but contained hints of the language of the gander. And there were words meant to curse a hated adversary. However,
Mea animae mortalis, otem me futura negata sunt. Manes sum, animam definire ambiguum est. Teode et te am, conveniamus insomnio ipsum.
Pubba was directing the words at itself. Curses beget curses. The victim calls down a curse on the assailant, creating a vicious cycle of negativity. The incantation was meant to do just that. However, this is ultimately a puppet show. Precedent and source of power akin to an auto-intoxication. As unbelievable as it seemed, the cycle of curse has been turned into a perpetual motion device.
何それ。レベル高すぎじゃない。
Perpetual cursing machine. Up and full. Human strength. Akko abandoned the idea of digging her heels in, and flee with all due haste.
何してんの。あんたも来る。
The Soldier's hand ran as fast as she could, deeper into the realm of mirrors. The crackling voice continues murmuring behind them.
Proximi mich negligentes ferunt. Omnes nos peccantes fuims. Et omnes nos edem fuims. Omnes nos peccatores sums. Venit domum meum. Lut simile somnium. Et pulvere simile quotidianum. Corporebo.
An instant among us, we were all dying, but he died.
Te judico.
Fought against the pain in her back as she ran through the mirror. Dragged Sojiro by the hand.
青崎、傷は
別に背骨がしびれてる程度よ。内臓は平気だし、出血もないみたい。
Like Sojiro, I could not run into any transparent walls. But rather preparation, she had hammered the layout of the building into her memory.
平気ってわかるのか。
そりゃ自分の体だもの。身体管理は基礎中の基礎よ。
Effective. In fact, the answer could trust Sojiro's questioning. Order grew shorter with each and every left turn. First, they were able to advance in a straight line for about 100 feet at a time. Now they're first corner every 50 or so.
あいつはあの夜の。
多分ね。同じタイプだと思う。貴重なオートマタを惜しげもなく使い捨てるなんて、よっぽどお金持ちなんだろうけど。
I was fearful that she was answering his questions, but baffled by the strange word she was using. This poor man, just a country boy. The fuck is a magic?
青崎ストップ。もう随分走ったぞ。あいつは曲がり角一つ分向こうだ。少し休もう。
First suggested he was concerned about her injuries. Her head and irritation.
あの距離を狙ってくる相手に通路一つ分のリードは無意味よ。せめて二つ分に行くまで走るの。
Matter settled, he asked.
なんで俺を連れて行ってるんだ？
逃げられたくないからじゃない、バカ。
If I'm going to kill you, I'm gonna kill you myself. I'm not gonna leave it to the fucking automaton. Insert curly alcohol glitter to prey. Headed for the next corner. Closing around one. Back, she tried. Coquette insisted she was fine. It appeared to have been bravado. Kojiro felt the desperation they were in. And Alko with his arms folded. In a moment, he tried to make sense of everything. First, Alko had nearly killed him. Though he was saved at the last possible second, it was by the strange, stretchy woman Alko had burned to ashes 2 nights prior. He could barely make it out that night. Considered her because it looked. Attack wounded Alko's back and forced her to flee. He could sojourn with her, claiming that the reason she did so was to prevent her prey from escape.
青崎はまだ諦めてないんだな。
当たり前よ。あんなやつ、仮に2体と半分始末しても、あんた用の余力は残せるわ。
Sharply and Soldier could see that he was struggling to stay confident. His body was too much to afford any optimism. Though the fear in your eyes refused to circumstance.
中がところどころショートしてる。あの右腕は回路を混戦させるジャミングってわけね。
The proper response would have been for her to tremble in fear. She did nothing but shake her fist. The formula was only supposed to work for beginners. If it had been her roommate, the arm would have been repelled the instant it hit her and the attacker's circuits burned out rather than her own. Mage was like presenting a harness of a platter. It would be of no use in a battle against a superior mage. Adversary had been designed to do just that. Coupled with the attacks in the areas of Misaki under Eriko's jurisdiction these past weeks, a statement from the enemy who had revealed itself as a mage 2 days ago. Alko was not at all.
敵ながら正確な判断だこと。
Angry, the roll of the emotions within her started to fade. Her face was that of a hunter far beyond her years.
なんか俺の時より真剣だな。
Second fiddle.
まあね、あんたの時は遊びが入ってたし。
わからないことだらけで何を聞いていいか。
How good in response, her eyes were focused. The silence was heavy, the darkness was like news closing in on them. But we're different.
青崎はあいつも殺すのか。
Stillness fell over. As the gloom was pulling them in. Breathing was the only sound echoing in. Sojiro faced, forcing her to confront her sins, and the magician girl who continued. Seconds seemingly froze at time.
それがあなたのキーワードみたいね。
I was tinged with both resignation and contempt.
何？
独り言よ、忘れて。それと、言っとくけど、あいつは人間じゃないわ。信じられないだろうけど、自分の意志で動く人形なの。 この前のも今のやつもね。
As he processes the information. He did not doubt her story, but he seemed to have accepted it at face value.
なんか落ち着いてるわね、あなた。
まさかもう何が何だかわからないからあんまり考えないことにしてるだけだ。
I ain't gonna think about it. It's too much.
ただ人形に関しては別にどうということはない。
もしかして他でも自動人形を見たことあるとか？
都会の人形ってああいうものじゃないのか？
Are all puppets insane like that? She barely stopped herself from falling to her knees. Of course, how could she have forgotten? She was dealing with a bona fide natural-born moron. As a student who transferred in the isolation of the mountains like an endangered species, her lack of common sense murdered anything miraculous. Automobiles were moving hunks of metal, the moving puppets were nothing to write home about. Oh wait, that meant him the incident the other day hadn't been extraordinary at all. He might have even assumed it was an everyday occurrence in the city.
参った。いっぺん頭の中覗いてみたいっていうか、ほんとここまで来ると感心するわ。調子が狂うのも当然だった。普通は私に襲われた時点でもっと違う反応をするはずなのに。化け物とかお化けとかさ。でもあなたにとってはそういうこともあるで済まされてたわけなんだ。
just like, yup, that's just life, baby.
なんかバカみたいね、私。
Strained face returned to normal for him. It hit her. There had been another way to handle without anyone getting hurt. The damage had already been done. No do-overs in life, nor should there be. No mistaken assumptions had set that situation spiraling out of control. Once again, Alko causing problems for herself. Now Sojo was involved, she had to make sure that her secret stayed with them. I am dying from the heat. I'm gonna turn my on. I apologize in advance. You hear it? Well, I don't want to die from heat. Even if there had been another better option, that ship had sailed. Relationships were ultimately driven by mutual misunderstandings. They're like tapestries woven from mismatched intention. Over. Tadao Kawasaki and Sojiro Suzuki. The bridal conversation had come to an end, not that they had choice in the matter. Jarring murmuring from around the corner of the cottage.
Nemo mef nus meminit, vedro et extinct est. Initio eraberamos dom brevimus dolores sunt. Nemo adiuvat.
Once his parents, we were born wrong, life is suffering, somebody save me. Corner visible in the mirror's parallel to it.
悠長に話してる場合じゃないわね。とにかく今は距離を。
Uh-oh. In contrast to Alko's Elkin, oozes his eyes sort of malicious red.
感動打ち。
Momentary flash of light before she her arm. Saw the enemy, her dormant feelings once corrupted, once.
さっきから邪魔なのよ。
And all her pent-up anger and shoved it into her right arm. Fog filled the corridor as though a magical weed, rather a barrier of raw energy. With the setting ablaze 3 buckets of gasoline to create a wall of fire in hopes it would stop an arrow. Above an attack with its arm, it could appear such a wall easily. Versus with no definite form, the wall of energy repelled the attack. Huge waste of magical energy was the only means Alko had to protect her. Fortunately, his protection was Alko alone. Sojiro held his hand to his mouth. First, it had weakened to the point where Alko could no longer feel it. It had plenty of effect on Sojiro, who was not a mage. But her satisfaction helped turn his gaze from Alko to the end. Behind her.
このこいつは関係ないでしょ。
Yet she swung her arm forward once again. Light formed the wall and blocked the Ganon for a scant few seconds. Opening to its way. Zako was forming the wall, the puppet pointed its right arm at her face, and
関係あるみたいだから逃げるぞ。
before the rocket of death could be fired, Sojiro scooped her up into his arms. I must have the strength to do so. It was a mystery, but he turned his back on the puppet and took off running. The nimble sprinter resembling a deer leaping across obstacles. Run 2 more corners. Ignored whatever complaints Zako was making, and eventually stopped in the middle of the 2nd floor. Down.
よし、ここまで来れば少しは休めるな。
Sojiro heaved as he caught his breath. Light as she was, running while carrying someone else would make anyone winded. A bit of incomprehension.
こんな体力あったのになんで
Yes, sir. He had stamina to pick her up and run. Surely he could have stood up and escaped when he had been downed earlier.
ああ、あの時は諦めてたから。
Oh, I gave up that time. Withered as ever. Right then, fighting for their lives, he locked some of his usual absent-mindedness.
諦めてたってどうして
さあ、忘れた、そんなことは。
He had turned away because he regretted saying it out loud. His words spoke volumes. He now could have seen him like that.
それより青崎、唐突に気分が悪いんだが。
Hey, Aozaki, I feel like shit right now. What is that?
あの赤い光も、その。
Man tanked a curse bullet. I feel really bad right now. Is that okay?
ええ、魔術の類よ。岩洞打ちって言ってね。北欧の呪詛の一つ。魔術回路のある私には効かないけど、抵抗のないあなたには効果てきめんみたいね。
なんだ、青崎には効かないのか。じゃあ、危ないのはあの腕だけだな。
No idea why he was relieved, but she gritted her teeth and fought down the urge to snap at him. No use in yelling at a time like this. Oh, she felt like it would have been petty in the extreme to voice her annoyance right now.
そうね。注意するのは伸ばしてくる腕だけ。大した相手じゃないわ、やっぱり。
That was not a false bravado. And would normally breathe throughout Kawasaki. Her shameful negligence had led to the disruption of her magic circuits, making her even less formidable than her enemy. At this point, Aoka had no way of attacking. The option left her was to wait for it to expend all of its magical energy. Perpetual curse mechanism made that a non-starter. Attack would not end. Dead. She realized that she was in the same position she had cornered Sojiro in earlier. Arm. Imagine how she had gone since she messed with her magical energy more than half its capacity. Karma for having to enjoy toying with Sojiro earlier.
呆れた。いるところにはいるものね。神。
Breath as she shifted her focus. She had the fuel for the fire, but not the igniter. The killing machine would chase her until the end of time if need be. Next was blindingly clear. Back to normal.
青崎、
ごめん、考え事してた。確か。よし、合ってる。しずきくん、そこに横道あるのわかる？
One but can't see anything but the walls of the corridor. Nothing the floor, nothing but left turns, Naka's point. Right.
2階は中心まで行くと1階に降りる階段があるんだけど、それは私が壊したから使えないの。けど、ここの作りも意地が悪くてね。よく見れば、右に曲がる通路もあるのよ。上級者だけにわかる抜け道ってやつ。
Only a real gamer would know how to skip the mirror maze.
あとは注意して探せば、1階の階段までショートカットできる。悪いけど、一人で行って。
I turned back to Sojiro and started walking. In the opposite direction, the escape ran down the long corridor toward the puppet and pursued.
あいつは無差別だから、ここで壊さないといけない。魔術師は魔術師同士で争うのはいいんだけど、みだりに一般人に手を出しちゃいけないって決まりがあるの。あいつの目的は私なわけだし、結果がどうあれ、すっきりするでしょ。
If Haka won, the puppet would be destroyed. If Haka lost, his objective would be complete and it would shut down. Either way, them going their separate ways, Sojiro survived. Haka meant. Plain as if the events were happening to two fully different people.
運が良ければ入り口までたどり着けるわ。それじゃあまた明日ね。
Sojo could tell she was just trying to act tough. She already disappeared around the corner by the time he thought to stop her. Mentally, Alco bemoaned the disaster she was in. The quality of his pub was on a completely different level compared to the park 2 days ago. Nato and Canting perpetual motion machine was a rarity in and of itself, but his puppet was also equipped for battle with extending arms and gander projecting eyes. First-class product that put on the market would sell for hundreds of millions of yen. But that was only when factoring its value as an antique. Combat would have made more sense to mobilize significant commodity as a tool for murder, marked his puppet's master as a complete.
Vivo in som solitare putres cuniferis. Ictius mers obitus dies, et mers nativus dies. Theoberum.
来たわね。
The sound of a crackling music box filled the air. The automata, animated by its own curses, approached. The quarter measured approximately 30 feet in length. Wait around the corner, further down the hall, anticipating. Not to buy Sojo a time to escape. From Alco concluded she could not make a break for it under the current circumstances. She did try to escape, and by some miracle made it out of the House of Mirrors, this is as far as she would go. Without no cover, Alco would make it and skewer from behind. Magecraft was disabled, escape was impossible. She chose to force the enemy back. Not the most favorable, but neither was the puppets. General Hall gave Alco no place to run. It in turn prevented the puppet from reaching the weak point of this machine. Comment of its tendency to struggle with minute changes.
セット。
Full of energy into a shortened circuit. Her blood-flow magical energy supply were unstable. Formula in the state. All she could do was harden her right arm by imbuing with so much. So turn her arm into an improvised weapon like a hammer or a bat, assuming she could manage to get into close combat range, which is the best thing she could do. Massive. I'm swinging my arm, and if you get caught in it, it's your fault. Now was a plan of attack. Weapon to use. Weapon she had. The way would be used to Mirror's reflections to hide and then rush the opponent from his blind spot. Problem. Sight in the first place. The world around it did not stand from back from mapping the topography of its. Here it was the same as a bat's echolocation. Measured based on the emission return of high frequency sound waves. Again served as the sensor poles. Puppet was concerned the mirrors were no better than transparent panes, making even the thought of an ambush laughable.
近づけば近づくほどよりリアルに察知される。本当は遠距離からの狙撃が最適なんだけど、ガンドを撃ってくるならフィンの一撃ぐらい隠してるわよね。
Gander was Scandinavian in origin and considering its simplicity highly versatile. It was effective at impairing a target's health by pointing a finger. As a single action magecraft, it was limited to only causing illness, but there was a secret technique, greatest mastery of the Gander shot. Thin shot. It could do more than cause simple illness. It's a deadly curse that could stop the heart. Backs set her nerves on fire. An armed girl and a deadly automaton. Clear that she was the one destined for death. Considered her slim chances of survival when. Hey, what's up? A vision sent chills down her spine. Had to clamp down on the feeling, Alco faced. Pressed her teeth to keep her. The sensation of fingers crawling up her neck behind her, the specter's. This alone made Alco want to bolt. On top of it all, when Alco tried to mentally simulate the fight, she estimated a 2 in 10 chance of dying in the first fight. Times her prediction Caught the puppet 10 times, she would die twice. Not stop her from vision of the corpse. Collapsing, crumbling. Her eyeball swollen like a blowfish, blood and other fluids oozing from every bodily orifice. 5. 1 in 10 chance of death. That was bad enough, but 1 in 5? Crazy. Out in her heart as it tried to escape from her. Forcing in a deep breath, she peered at her own reflection. Got back to that white night half a year ago. It was nothing compared to months ago at the Kuwanji estate. A pound of white roses, Wandersnatch that appeared from within the fog, had killed Alko 100 times out of 10.
Me animae brutalis, otem eftura necada sunt. Manes sum, animam definire ambiguum est.
Dark curse shadow Alko's daydream, 30 feet away. Up around the corner. Side still in the shadows, it forms in the puppet gave no warning. A preamble swiftly fired a Gander barrage. And the curses filled out as soon as they heard barrier magic. Projection would only last a few seconds. Enough time to searchable spear sprang toward Ako's face.
Bingo!
Weapon grazed her cheek. All her experience analyzing puppet attack patterns gave her the wherewithal to evade the enemy attack by a hair's breadth. One thing if a puppeteer were pulling the strings, but Tom Stahl's other limitations. But everything on his killing machine following a predefined template. She could use a given attack for a given range, and she could adjust her tactics.
いけるこのまま
When a chance to fully retract, she charged the puppet. It was a risky gamble, but her overall chances were slim to begin with. Scales tipped in her favor. Correct, there were 2 ways she would die. One was from a fin shot fired at that range. The other, there was if the puppet's attack pattern was beyond her ability to foresee. Instantaneous mass transfer, otherwise known as mass displacement. And after Alko dodged the puppet's arm, smashed into her abdomen. And on collision from his shoulder felt like a rocket. Where had the ability to propel itself come from? Not built to have the ability to get around like that. Power to stay conscious in spite of the pain, Alko could just make out what just happened.
推進力じゃなくて牽引力
However, now returned to his body, lodged in the wall and re-yielded itself.
そんなのありか
That's bullshit! Swallowing her surprise, she hastily pulled herself back up. Rather than specifically her diaphragm, had been dealt a significant blow. Attack left her disoriented. Thankfully, the puppet was surprisingly lightweight. Organs were intact and she had sustained no life-threatening damage. Hard time breathing, however. Shaken, though she could keep her calm. Second, she'd be back on her feet. Long. Told herself to calm down, that she was already calm. Lost her bearings, she was fine. However, her breath and her vision later, if only her body would move.
Intellectus non necessaris est. Quisque esca. O nostro racinti adulat fit. Ratio fix tantum est. Lore sinicum cerebrum fit.
Above her, Alka could hear the warped noise of a powerful force.
足動けでもどっちに行けば
Feel a touch of death.
Is salvatio. Is salvatio. Is salvatio.
Close Alka could reach out and touch it. That also meant it could reach out and kill Alko.
こいつの右腕の死角に入れる
Alone, Alka rolled over to the puppet's right flank. His arm was still embedded within the wall. Hero could not attack, she had position and her dizziness faded.
Intellectus non necessaris est. Pius quiescat. Un nostra sente abulat fuit. Ratio fits tantum est. Lores initium cliburum fuit.
Cast off righteousness, lay piety to rest. Sweet beasts meant to consume each other. Life is but depression. Throw away your intellect, pain powers the mind. Let herself back up. It's her turn. An instant. In this labyrinth of mirrors, she saw an image of herself.
Qui salvatum.
Shot. Died. Blinding, brilliant light flash. Brushes appeared all across the walls. Last moment, Alka managed to thicken the magical energy running from her veins into a primitive form of mage powers. Barely saved her life from what would have been the puppet's ace in the hole. The puppet bore a striking resemblance to Alka. Powerful curse was not satisfied with stopping Alka's heart, but destroying her entire being. Not even have time to be shocked. Chance for a counterattack. Bounces unsteady, its right arm still embedded into the wall. By a strong kick, but her knees buckled and she collapsed to a heap.
Vego in somno. Solitare putores cuniferis. Ictius meus obitus ties. Et meus natibus ties. Theobeam.
I live and dirt I rot alone. Today is the day I died and was born. Sudden nausea and lightheadedness overcame Alka. My temperature began to rapidly lower.
こいつ呪いをばらまいてるんだった。
Those curses circled the hall. The strength that the puppet used as a source of power doubled as a defense mechanism. Brought near illness. Near with illness. Bore the full brunt of the entire time she was in close proximity of it. Alka had a magic circuit, she was succumbing just as Sojiro had. Languidly, she was her body to jump back.
負けるか。
All the energy she could muster, she forced her way past the exhaustion caused by the curse. Alka's blood pressure nosedive, not from the curse-induced anemia, but from what appeared in front of her. They stood in perfect harmony. But to Alka was the automata that showed her face, its left arm held out the arrow. The weapon shot forward and honed in on her heart. Before it made contact.
危ない。
Our boy! For that fearless place in the storm of violence, Alka's body was pulled forcefully to one side. Again, the extending arm cut through him. Puppet quickly retracted its left arm, Sojiro took the brief opportunity to take Alka by the hand and flee at full speed. Our boy! Quarter as he could, only stopping when he had enough distance between.
その考えてみると
If he had saved her, she looked angry rather than grateful. Not keep Sojiro from saying his piece.
明日はどうも忙しいみたいなんだ。
Not exactly known for their self-preservation instincts, true. Well, listen, Sojiro could get a... Listen. Sojiro's too dumb, so death doesn't affect him. He has to accept death for it to work. Otherwise, he'll just live. It's in FGO. Do you want to know what his first skill is? It's literally a it's a 5-hit death evade, which is a unique status only to him, where if a blow would deal mortal damage, it doesn't. It is ignored. It's so funny. He's also classified as a berserker in that game. In other words, let's finish this today. Our awkward proposal. Alka remained silent. Also rather angry. Could I figure out what made him tick? Nor because he returned after escaping. I mean, because he was spouting his typically airheaded lines. She was posed that instant. The fact that when he grabbed her hand, her mind had completely gone blank. Aoko found it unforgivable. Which beckoned the response.
あなた正気
True! Yeah, once again. Great emote here. Subscribe to the channel of our boy. Making a great case for this man. I have the thing that's like channel points. I still have the circuit. Great sub emo for everybody who wants to try to use it. Thinking of the moment she blurted it before she could stop herself.
それとも自殺願望でもあったわけ。私もあいつもあんたなんか殺す対象に過ぎないのよ。少なくとも恩を売る相手じゃない。言っとくけど、私助けられたぐらいで曲がる信念は持ち合わせていないから。
Sojo nodded, clearly imperturbed.
青崎がそんな可愛らしいもんじゃないのはこの夜だけで骨身に染みてるよ。
Crowd are still slightly offended.
けど君は勘違いをしてるから少し正そう。あいつの狙いは青崎だけじゃない。君だけじゃなく俺も殺す気だと思う。
Having none of it. I shot daggers his way.
話は最後まで聞く。どうしてかっていうと、1階の入り口あるだろ、あの細長い通路。なんでかあそこから先に進めないんだ。逃げたくても逃げ出せなくて、仕方なく戻ってきた。
Ako's eyes widened ever so slightly in amazement. Admiration rather than shock that anyone may go to such lengths.
それに、さっきので完全に敵扱いされた。あの人形、こっちをじろっと睨んできたし。いや、一瞬でよく見えなかったけど、生きた心地しなかったな。青崎も気をつけた方がいい。多分よっぽど怖い顔をしているに違いないぞ、あれ。
それはご親切にと。
Aoko taking a microsecond to look at the face and nearly being blown up, then having this shit told her, it's just like, hey, yeah, I get that.
うん。なんでこれはもう他人事じゃないんだ。青崎と人形、結論としてどっちが勝っても俺は殺されてしまうんじゃないか。
そうね。そこまでやってるなら目撃者は消すでしょうね。私みたいに。
だろ。でも俺はあいつには殺されたくない。
え
Words were decisive. Aoko looked up at him. She could swear he was trying to encourage her. It was then that she realized. Sojo was looking even worse than before.
ちょっと待って。大丈夫なのあなた。
まあ、醤油を一升瓶飲むよりはマシではないかと。
Hell of an analogy. He tried to make light of the situation, but his forehead was clearly drenched.
そうか。さっき人形に近づいたから。
He's trying. How could he possibly be able to withstand a curse that made even Aoko nod? Lip annoyed herself for not noticing this earlier. Sojo was such an airhead that she didn't pause to consider his plight.
下で隠れていようとか思わなかったの？その方がどう考えても安全でしょ？
Really couldn't understand him at all.
それは青崎が言うセリフじゃないな。でもまあ、長話をしている時間もない。そろそろ追いついてくる頃だ。
Turned to look down the corridor. Crackling sounds of music box heard from creeping forth from the darkness.
さっき1階にて考えたんだ。君がやられても俺は殺される。なら、まず奴をどうにかするべきだ。
You die, then I die, and I don't like that order.
あなた、何が言いたいの？
Questions to which she already knew the answer. She didn't put him to the test. If it even a little, she would have killed him where he stood.
提案、 あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
Help you kill that thing. Let me live.
助けられたぐらいじゃ信念は曲げないって言ったでしょ。それにあなたに何ができるっていうの？
それは青崎が考えてくれ。得意だろ、そういうの。
What are you gonna do to it? Oh, that's your end of the bargain. You're gonna tell me what I'm gonna do to it. The commander who had the overall picture was responsible for delegating roles to their teammates. It's futile to depend on someone who is unable to grasp the situation or evaluate the enemy's strength. Sojo was proudly sure that he knew this. Truth, Ako's the only one who knew both Sojiro and the automata. By pointing out the following orders to the best of his ability was the only thing he could. It may seem as though Sojiro had surrendered his capacity for self-thought, but accepting that he was helpless was in fact giving Ako his.
じゃあ私の指示に 100% 従うってこと？
ああ。それに、これは恩とか義理の話じゃない。一人だと分が悪いから二人でかかるだけだ。善意でも行為でもない。取引って言わないか、こういうの。
Learning. I sparkles if this was bartering in its truest form. He's learning, chat. Child must have learned that from Tobimaro, Alco thought. Though she refused to let him see it, she smiled inwardly. Sure, he had gotten the best of her just now, but there were times when defeat was not the worst outcome in the world.
労働と報酬ってわけね。それなら理にかなってる。うん。言いたくないけど。
Relaxed her shoulders and sighed. Her face cracked into a wicked grin as if her fears had suddenly washed away.
それ、結構私の好みよ。
Aka repaid Sojour's trust in equal measure.
結構きついかもね。あなたの役目。
Sojiro moving as fast as she could without her foothills causing it to. Sojiro remained near the center of this furrow maze on the second floor.
実を言うと、もう一つ用意しておいた仕掛けがあるの。自分でもやりすぎだって呆れたもんだけど、あなたがここに来るのが遅かったから。ちょっと興に乗っちゃって。
You didn't show up on time. I just made another trap. Just to make sure.
仕掛けって俺用の？
Until this head like a squirrel as Akko freely discussed the final ace of her story.
地下の柱に着火型のちょっとした魔術式を刻んでおいたの。中心の柱に点火することで連鎖的に他の柱に仕掛けた魔術も起動する。ジャミングを食らう前に作ったものだから、直接魔力を叩き込めば一気にこういくわ。
Sojiro was a little unsettled by how unclear the last bit was.
青崎、こうじゃわからない。できるだけ明確にどこまで爆破する気だったのか白状してくれ。
Like, I'm gonna take a screenshot.
あと、もしかして俺、早
He's so funny, dude. He's so funny.
いや、その単なる保険っていうか。
Oh, go.
追いかけっこの途中であんたを見失ったら、いっそ建物ごと爆破しちゃおうかなって。
It's all gone. Fuck it. Hold on, I need to see that animation again.
青崎、こうじゃわからない。できるだけ明確に、どこまで爆破する気だったのか白状してくれ。あと、もしかして俺、早まったか？
いや、その、
Just want to see it
保険
again.
っていうか、追いかけっこの途中であんたを見失ったら、いっそ建物ごと爆破しちゃおうかなって。
The explosion. It's their policy to be thrown to a fault after all. She'll have to embarrassed to hear her say it. Sad to hear herself say it out
いく
loud.
らなんでも徹底しすぎてる。
It gets overkill. Faced with Alco's cruelty, Soldier forgot about this issue in hand and protested from the bottom of his heart.
何よ、いいじゃない。そのおかげでなんとかなりそうなんだから。
Fair enough. He shot back. Alka dashed down the corridor, mumbling things. Probably would have sent Sojo packing if he heard. Strategy was simple. Alka used the escape route to the right and avoid the puppet will make her way down the basement. On reaching the central pillar, she would infuse the formula she had prepared with a magical energy and escape. Then it would take about a minute for the chain reaction to spread through the entire house of mirrors, and another minute for the building to collapse. Cutting it a little bit close, but because she had committed the maze to memory, she was sure she could make it out in time. August's chain reaction caused a clear away the barrier that the puppet had placed at the entrance. It was strong enough to withstand the blast, would not be able to stay standing once buckled. It was assured as long as the formula in the basement was activated. Important part. Macan was at a disadvantage in the outside. Pierce was unable to move. Because near the center of the second floor when the building collapsed, it was caught up and crushed by it. The problem was keeping the puppet on the second floor until Akko could make it down to the basement.
当てにしたからね、しずきくん。せめて3分ぐらいは引きつけて。
Ideally, he'd be able to keep it busy until she could activate the formula. If that failed to work, him luring it down to the first floor would be the next best thing. He understood perfectly well the danger she was putting so in, but his lucky streak and running speed were nothing to scoff at.
ただ逃げるだけなら、もしかしてとんでもないことをしてくれるかも、あいつ。
Akko made her way through the hidden passage to the maze, her hopes pinned on Sojiro. Meanwhile, of earshot, Sojiro was ready himself for another desperate chase. Calmed his breathing hard using a method of his own making. What mattered most was that he remained. The plan was simple enough. Alka's orders were succinct and easy to understand.
10メートルぐらいの距離を保って、できるだけゆっくり通路を3、4周すること。横道は鏡のつなぎ目で覚えて。ここなら左回りで6、3、7、2枚目にあるから、そこをぐるぐる回ってれば比較的安全よ。
Essentially a looping mirror. Sojiro just kept that distance. Armed to allow her to track him, she'd chase him indefinitely. Simple though the task was, Sojiro was putting his life on the line. Final order to run as fast as he could to the exit when the building began to
結構じゃなくて、かなりきついんじゃないかな、これは。
First, he struck his head from around the corner. Found the music box on the other side of the corridor. First, he had to make eye contact with it, and through the shortcut on the right and began the tag. Decided to embrace himself. At any moment, he went over Alka's instructions.
あれ？
However, the worst time to forget, Sojiro! Uh-oh! He could not quite remember which pain led to the first hidden passage. The third? The sixth? Ninth? Oh, no. Well... Well... No. He he was sure that was mistaken. He's confident he had it memorized moments ago, but his nerves had gotten the best of him and his head was now spinning. He realized that the sound of his pursuer was beginning to grow distant. Incredible speed.
Nani?
Uh-oh. Although the puppet astonished him. Or had taken the form of a beautiful girl. Saw her transformation. Turned to the first floor to pursue her primary target.
いや、それは。
Oh, shit. Ledger was no longer sure what to do. Before he had time to mourn his failure, the puppet had vanished out of sight. Oh. That's what he had said, but now he cannot follow through.
さて、自分はこれからどうしよ
Well, what do I do now? Floating tilted his head in frustration. Looking in the darkness as Valko would be there to answer him. Stairs. Rather than the first floor, Alka understood what had transpired above her. Jenny had to strain her ears to hear the puppet. During its heyday, this attraction never made sounds like the one she heard coming toward her now. The sound of despair as if a horde of monsters' hedgehogs were scraping past their mirrors in her direction.
あのドジ3分どころか10秒持たないってどういうことよ
It's not his fault! Rather buying her tie soldier and instead stolen hers. He had one job, to run away. That was all. She cursed him under her breath.
複数の足音ってことは二足から
He
竹
didn't
に切り替え
know!
たの
Chatty didn't know! Yaku's made it sound like dozens of feet were approaching. An conjured image of a giant six-legged spider turning its way down the corridor. No wonder that was so much faster than before. Perception of his surroundings, the echolocation was of particular use in the dark. That dependent humans, this automaton was far. The reason why he couldn't detect Sojiro! Oh no! Oh, I realized why the plan didn't work. Normally, it would be able to detect Sojiro. However, because of Sono-G's training, because he knows the special technique to calm himself, fucking puppet couldn't detect him through echolocation. And it was just like, alright, cool, I'm gonna go after Alco instead. Later, it just couldn't see him. It legitimately couldn't see him. That's what happened. It's the same reason as why why Alice's bounded field couldn't detect Sono-G in the first place. Oh no. Compared to sight-dependent humans, this automaton is far better equipped to navigate its way through a labyrinth of mirrors. Could not keep pace earlier, that would be because its bipedal mode made it less maneuverable. This ability provided by multiple legs gave it a speed that far exceeded of any human.
どうするどうするどうする
Thought spun out as she tried to come up with a plan B. Well, she knew for sure this was a pivotal moment. Staying still, she had seconds left at most. Instead, she knew she could easily neutralize the bounded field, knocking the interest without casting a spell. She had brought her own energy to it. I could spirit with all her might a little more than 3 minutes. But had far more stamina than she did. So I come up with 3 options. First was to skip through the exit in front of her. Second was to hide somewhere on the more complicated first floor. Third was to run into the basement and be stuck like a rat in the trap.
なんだ考えるまでもない
Her decision was zero hesitation. The flex again with determined strength. The incoming sword was almost upon her. Resolve firm, she turned and ran, descending into the darkness. No matter what, a finale should be glory. This would be the Mirror Castle's last scene. Humans and a puppet. Young sorceress ran toward the subterranean heart of the castle. Montano's antique chased its prey into the depths of a demonic dungeon. Later, a faint blue charge rippled through the castle. A pillar in the deepest part of the basement. Though not critical to the castle structure, this pillar was a visible symbol of it. Throw a concentrated magical energy into a fist and thrust it into the pillar. Blow that would bring down the castle. She imagined destruction as she threw the punch, and that scene blossomed to reality seconds later. Simple ignition magecraft meant to magical energy engraved in the pillar, 4 pillars at the corners of the structure. Electricity is a switch, but virtually instantaneous activation. Holy shit, Alco! Happened swiftly and elegantly. Hammer of destruction descended upon the castle of dreams that had stubbornly resisted its fate for 2 years. Joyous sound. Still the lifeless and abandoned castle of mirrors set the stage for its final and most spectacular performance. Aka's magical energy became an electrical charge that activated the magecraft formula engraved into the pillar. In reaction, would lead to the castle's destruction.
ご苦労様。でも、思ってたよりくたびれてたのね。これじゃあ1分持つかどうか。
Was in the center of the basement. Aka tried to steady your breathing while rotating your magic crest at full speed. She wreathed her arms in blue light, fully aware she could no longer activate the formula. Oh, yeah. Breathing refused to settle. So at the center of the basement. Without being spotted even once, she had managed to make it all the way to the central pillar. 100-meter dash in 13 seconds, flat. Undoubtedly a new best. She spurned on her weakened heart, knowing full well the fate that awaited.
入れば追ってくる。地下に行けば逃げられない。当然よね。最後まで逃げ回ろうなんて虫のいい話だった。
That was 2020. The castle's only a minute away from collapsing completely. Stayed here, they'd be both be crushed by the rubble. Care. Sullen's sole concern was the elimination of its target, Alkawasaki. Back from the start. In her own lack of resolve. Like her to tuck tail and run from an opponent that didn't fear death.
Vivo in sum, solitare putoresque inferis. Ictius meus obitus dies, et meus nativus dies. Teobeam.
Remember, I live and dirt I rot. Today is the day I died. Was born, now I come to you.
そもそも自爆覚悟じゃないあれ。6足歩行とフィンの一撃は使いすぎよ。もう呪詛による魔力補給じゃ間に合わない。
Special motion device was only as good as its ability to regulate its energy consumption. Using so many functions at once meant it was burning through fuel quickly and losing the ability to process the curse that powered it. All its functions as it had been given to a pride of a tool, as if such things could have. Those endowed with sentience could never hope to understand. These born to do nothing but run would bury any human.
ほんと、もったいない。こういう無茶をするのは姉貴だけかと思ってたけど、いるところにはいるもんね。
How could they not intend a sacrifice play here? Respect their adversary now and done regretting her choice. Time to waste.
行くわよ。ここできっかり。
Alco had every intention of paying it back double for what it had done to her. The energy Alco had accumulated expanded out of her right leg. Aiming for a single thing, a head-on attack. Found with a lethal curse that reached for her heart like a set of talons. Power meant to rend Alco's heart and burn itself out in the process. Saw it, Alco kicked the floor as hard as she could. Long hair swirled through the air as she flipped aside. Lateral move almost sent her tumbling to the ground, but a quick swing of her arms allowed her to regain her balance. Shock razor. First scorched her left shoulder. Not flinch, Alco knew she could not hold on as long as she could do what a direct fin shot.
スナップ。
Off balance and in pain, it took her half a second to recover. Raised her head, she deflected the attack with a fist full of magical energy.
せーの。
But at a will of its own, its eyes would have popped right out of its sockets. It would have been floored. In fact, the strong will that allowed this girl to perform a series of moves like this. The response was instantaneous. While her power was not sufficient enough to completely redirect Arm's trajectory, it was enough to deflect it away harmlessly past her hair. Almost like I should never have been born. Atone for me, atone for me, atone for me! That became a curse that robbed Alco of her vitality. Hank, or was it actually indignant? Alco was easily able to resist its weakened defense maneuver. Hell of a kick, holy. Right leg, pulsing with magical energy, shot up into the puppet's chest from below. Much lighter than Alco is. Rather, she felt little resistance. Tom-Tom's weight was determined by its internals, the size of its power source. Ironically, it was the superiority of its music box engine. Downfall.
Venite, 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 meum sepulchrum, venite.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Taking the full brunt of Alco's kick, the puppet bounced from the ceiling to floor, collapsing in a heap. Internal construction had been warped by the 6C, leaving the drum of the music box that empowered the puppet warped as well.
恨むなら設計者を恨みなさい。ダイナモの一つでも積んでいれば、もうちょっとは重たくなったでしょうに。
Oh. Ceiling came crashing down in front of Alco, snapping her back to senses.
ところで今、どうやってぶっ倒したんだろ
Still stunned by her own victory, that she forgot the House of Mirrors had already begun to collapse.
う。こっちの方がやばかった。
Time's running out. Time to relish in her victory or pity your opponent. Want to meet the same fate. Richard said she found it hard to imagine getting out alive.
急げ、ダッシュだ私。
Popped herself, bit herself anew. Bounty for finishing the battle in a matter of seconds. Breath ragged with excitement, Alco ran for the exit. Collapse was intensifying by the second. And lost the support pillars, the castle was buckling under its own weight.
この邪魔。
Basement's proving to be a task. Taking the shortest route possible to the maze, she was nearly crushed by falling pieces of the ceiling along the way. Second time, no, third, she had to deal with fallen rubble along the way. Spread debris on the stairs with magic bullets as she ran. Don Noton's jamming had long since worn off. The earlier attack had damaged the vast majority of its functions. Alco's breathing was as heavy as she ran. Aggression sparked her brain to overdrive. It seemed to be collapsing in slow motion. Flash before her eyes. Seconds stretched into 5. Brain nerves made hard to tell the time. Oh. Reeled throughout the stairway, forcing her to crawl up it. Emerged from the destroyed basement into the collapsing first floor. The plaza was still traversable at all was a miracle itself, and fortunately for her, the crucial path to the exit was still intact.
よし、ついてる。
Part of the entrance is still intact. The maze only extended as far as the plaza, so the entrance corridor wouldn't collapse, so nothing would cave in. Scaffolding surrounding intact. As far as telling herself repeatedly, the fate would decide whether or not she reached the plaza. Her gamble paid off. It was her lucky day. Muster lots of her strength to keep moving forward until fractions. Is it naivete? A sense of responsibility? Decide the image that popped in her head and continued.
言っとくけど、時間合わせの余裕はないわよ。そんな上等な作戦じゃないし、お互いできることをやったら最速で出口に向かいましょう。
5 minutes ago. At the same time, Sojo had nodded with trepidation. Not bothered to ask herself why.
何様だっての私。今は走ることだけ考えろ。
Porter was giving out too. In fact, she was sure she would see the. But she had no time to waste doing so. The clock was fading fast as the building's structural integrity. It was a small miracle that she had escaped serious injury up to this point, and she could not afford even the slightest slip up. Brain lost balance, or a sneeze would be fatal. A pat on the back was enough to end it. Naturally. Look. It was clear as day. From the detritus of the stairway, death had risen to take her down with it. The corpse had crawled its way up from the depths of hell itself. It's fucking. What a fucking image! It was still operational. And it was still armed with curses. It crawled after her, watching as Alco desperately tried to save herself. Arm shot forward. Alco then turned to meet it, she could see its reflection in the mirrors. Extend, extend, extend. Then she could not dodge it. There was absolutely nothing she could do. Face sang. Bring dust. Out on you. When she could not believe her eyes. Last thing she expected to see.
しつこいぞお前。
Fierce expression adored the face of the boy who had been waiting in the plaza, smashed the puppet's outstretched arm. Anger really did not suit him at all. Choice was the fire extinguisher. Amazed for something to use as a weapon. That. Crazy to contemplate, but had he stayed behind. Stopped her feet. She wanted to never stop moving and sent a hand out to him. Tossed the fire extinguisher aside and took off running. Then continued to collapse like dominoes. Kept moving with dust and dirt falling in their wake. Shadows raced to the collapsing corridor with all their strength. Castles in the death. Massive crash and cloud of dust, the final chapter of the fairy tale that being Kitsy Land came to an abrupt end. The death was over. For a moment, amidst the surrounding emotions, any past enmity was forgotten. The two collapsed on the lawn and basked in strange solidarity. And their ears subsided before long. Magnitude seemed possible and sounds of destruction echoed across the park. Akko addressed the individual at her side.
ねえ、生きてる？
うん。
チェ？
What the fuck was that?
チェ？チェ？チェ？
You're just chit. Looked like her tongue was adorable. The meaning behind it was anything but.
青崎、あいつどうなった？
見ての通りよ。今頃バラバラ死体になってるんじゃない？
I am not wholly relieved by her frank response.
でも、そんな心配より自分の心配をした方がいいと思うわよ、しずきくん。
He wasn't out of the woods yet, after all.
青崎、子供の頃はいじめっ子だっただろ。
可逆趣味はないって自負してるけど、それで今の自分の立場分かってる？
He sat up and smiled. Sojiro hung his head in shame, wondering why her kind tone expression was so chilling.
面目次第もございません。
かしこまってもダメよ。あの提案には大前提があったわよね。これは取引だって。あなたが役に立つのなら見逃してあげるっていう。
わかってる。だから面目ないって言ってるだろ。
Sorry, fucked up. Made a show of avoiding her eyes. Pouting child. Back way of sulking this. Perhaps he was angry at himself rather than her. Not mad because she would not let him through. Go, he was mad that he had not done his. Like aside for what seemed like the millionth time that day. I figure out what surprised her more, his unconditional kindness or her naive approval.
じゃあ、覚悟はできてるの？
そんなのはできないけど、約束だからな。結局は何もしていないし。
Certainly the case that he had failed to do any of the things she expected of him. Just then she glanced back at the collapsed house of mirrors. What had he done after failing so spectacularly? Search for the extinguisher he used as a weapon. Patiently in the plaza as the maze collapsed all around him just because he thought it was wrong to leave behind. It was a foolish choice and the exact opposite of her choice to run towards the end.
ま、それでよしとするか。
She was satisfied even as she was shocked at how naive she was being. She knew that he had saved her. Generally admiring, if only for a moment, the bravery he continued to show in the face of such extreme.
役割は果たさなかったけど、アフターケアは合格だし、約束は守らなくちゃね。
She pulled herself to her feet.
約束は、ま、いつか守ってもらうとして。
Girl tried to keep a straight face.
結果はどうあれ手助けしてもらったし、特別サービスってことで、今夜はもう手を出さないであげる。
Bashfully averted her gaze. Though her profile appeared different than it had in the past, it was still clearly the face of the vibrant girl he met the day he first arrived in town.
何よ。
He had filled his eyes on her, she shot him a frowning glare.
いや、突拍子もないけど、青崎は律儀だなって。
Took her outstretched hand. But as she pulled him up, she could not help but think that he was about the last person she wanted to hear from.
ところで、今夜はって言うけど、明日からは
さあ、ま、その時になったら。
Another 30 bullets for Soju. She shrugged her shoulders as if she was not sure herself. It was so unlike her that made Sojiro smile. Was it the solidarity of having escaped death together, or the fleeting camaraderie that made him do so? I'd been for this night only, but the air between them was gentle. A lot had transpired, but the midwinter nightmare had come to an end. By many trials and tribulations, it could now leave the mirror. Before that,
随分と身勝手ね。
yeah, Alice is here.
それはあなた一人で決めていいことだったかしら、青子。
Songbird and a merciless machine, all rolled into one.
Alice.
As she spoke the name. Lady in black made her presence known. Night was not yet over. That was Kuwanji, witch whose name struck fear into the heart of Alko, or the knight who allowed no witnesses. Night of Witches 2! That entire thing was a badass book. Anyway, the squeakquel. Now we gotta deal with Alice's bullshit. Hold on. Gonna go for a big break. Quick 1 minute break so I can get something to drink. Throw up an ad and just nothing will happen. Don't. I see to go get some. Got myself some tea. Melodies stirred in motion like nostalgia within them. Familiar but now lost to this world. Now shouted a doubt that would play for all eternity. King stands at the final coda. Every siren song, merry yet longing, heralded a return from dream. Night shook. The song was fun. Now their lost paradise was unearthed. Abandoned dreams, forsaken idols. Bell responded to the cry of the blue cat. Bell was the banquet of the all fables made possible. Feel by the magecraft that allows Kawanji more magical than
随分と身勝手ね。それはあなた一人で決めていいことだったかしら、青子。
That perched atop the clock tower like a black bird of illusion. Smoothed the ruffles of her skirt as if she were.
アリス。
Mentioned Nako's voice as she lifted her head. Calm afternoon for a moment prior, long since been by Ballas' gaze.
あの子、確か。
Searched his hazy memory, including make out her face at this. Pretty seen her around town a number of times. And when eluded him, however, as the tension in the air kept thoughts.
驚いた。随分と仲間思いになったのね、アリス。今夜は私に任せるんじゃなかったっけ?
Raised her guard and took half a step forward, cautiously. At the standpoint, it almost looked like she were projecting the figure beside her. Silence grew ever heavier. Her eyes fixed on the ground below her were devoid. Travel sense of dread and pressure laid claim over the plaza.
金
Here's he can make Bella going. Sound wave seemed unbelievably to be emanating from underground.
なあ青崎あの子
黙ってて。
Literally stepped back, trying to stay out of the way. Though he'd been told to go to hell. Prime basking with the girl was Alco's friend.
そうね。仲間思いに当てはまるかは微妙だけど、別にあなたの仕事を疑ったわけじゃないわ。
それはどうも。どうせならもう少し早くその良くない予感とやらに気づいてほしかったけど。でもま、ご覧の通り自己解決したわ。夜も遅いし、さっさと帰っていいわよアリス。私の仕事っぷりを疑うわけじゃないんでしょ。
Their eyes locked on one another. There was uncomfortably. Alcos was bold, daring Alice to air her complaints.
いえ、気が変わったわ。せっかくだし二人で帰りましょう。その方があなたらしいわ。帰りしな、人形の話でも聞かせてちょうだい。
らしいって何よらしいって。いいから帰れ帰れ、ぐうたらアリス。部屋に閉じこもって役に立たないムクドリでも作ってろっての。
Disappointed sigh escaped Alice's delicate lip. The black-clad girl was more astonished than angry.
青子、口にしたくないけど、本気？
Quietly, questioned her roommate of tears.
呆れた。二人で秘密を守ると言ったのに。まだ半端にそっち側なの？それとも情でも移った？
別に情っていうより私の気分。だいたい方針なんてその場その場で変わるもんでしょ。気分ならなおさらよ。そっちこそ一度した約束は絶対守るなんて時代遅れなんじゃない？
The proverbial knives were out now. No quarter was given or taken. The partnership was one of convenience and had not reached the level of mutual understanding. Version of friendship was delicate and unique. When a conflict of opinion rose, each would refuse to budge until the other crumbled. I was concerned for the other's plight, and at least for now, that was how they liked it.
そうね。今の暴言はあなたらしいとは思うけど。
And she let out a sigh even larger than the one before.
言い争いは後にしましょう。そこの彼をいなかったことにするのは私だけで十分だし。
Straight to the point. Making a move, chess piece, Alice lifted her slender finger. Even the simple action seemed mysterious to Sojo, the same classmate Alko and board witness to an automaton. Alko's violence an inanimated doll. Perhaps far beyond the realm of logic, both these things were derived from reality. Surprised as he had been, there was no need to think of them as total mysteries. However, when the thing appeared out of thin air for a seemingly unrelated gesture, he had no word of it besides mysterious. Motion was captured by the stage performer's magic trick. The girl's single-finger magecraft turned into an attack directed at him. Decided to repel it, annihilating without a trace.
やば。
Aka immediately regretted her reflexive shot.
どういうこと？約束を曲げただけじゃなく、ルールまで破るつもり？
She's like, oh shit. During a chill midwinter air plunged below freezing. Alice looked calm and collected on the outside, but in reality she was sometimes even more hot-blooded than Alco. She wasn't concerned with familiars. Accidentally breaking one would often result in a week of silent treatment. But against someone who had maliciously destroyed her things, Alice was prone to retaliate without warning.
あっちゃ いつかやるとは思ったけど、ついに激鱗に触れちゃったか。
It was a misinput. It was a misinput. At herself, fears exacerbate her own stupidity. Couldn't help but feel pang. Intend to make an excuse. He had regrets. So had Alice.
青子。
なんていうか、
Saying this took a load off her mind. For all now, there was no going back. Never intended to break her own. Anything for Alka to repair was putting too little power into her shot.
私的に今夜こいつに死なれるのは困るのよ。なんで日を改めて殺しに来てくれないアリス。いいでしょ、たった1日ぐらい。
Alka was simply natural to take out a pro bono case in defense of an innocent suspect.
それは市場。
悪い？一宿一般の恩義って割と大事にしてるの、私。
私との協定より。
ええ、時と場合によって。
Pictures he would write to that bit entered the argument. The girls were busy pouring oil at each other's flames. The girl clad in black was the first to move, but rather to erupt.
そう。よくわかったわ、青子。私は彼をここで殺す。あなたは彼をここだけ生かす。つまり私と戦うということでいい？
そんなのいいわけないじゃない。
Back to her. Very familiar with Alice's magecraft. Painfully well how many mystics were hidden in Alice's tiny body. As the victory was. Once the first shot had been fired, Alice Kawanji was with her. Roommate or a friend, family member or stranger, began to flames. Alco advanced for another half step forward as if to encourage herself. Now, the situation was no longer a tribute to warrior. Bedrock of their so-called friendship had nothing to do with their individual abilities and everything to do with them. But in order to stay true to herself, Alka had no room for compromise.
もちろんあんたを殺すことになってもそこのバカは生かしきるわ。それに
Magic circuits howled as they kicked in the body, which had been mostly dormant during the battle with the puppet, ignited, preparing.
それにどのみち最後には殺し合う仲でしょ、私たち。
Courage overpowered any fears she had for her opponent. In her body, her magic circuits to become like the barrel of a gun, Alco fired a magic. Exceedingly basic mage. Nature. There's no nature interference, creating of wind, parting of water, or heat. Process of converting the imaginary activity. Kill before releasing it as heat. Thus, Alco's destructive power is equal to her supply of magical energy. Among the most basic single actions, at her ability, Alco's main attacker measure fired at 3 levels. These are at the 2nd level. For a double action magecraft, so casting through activation of her crest combined with the simplified incantation. When people were talking about how, like, Ahoy would go into depth of how actual magecraft works, and, like, they weren't lying. There's a lot of explanation going in here. However, now it's dispersed to shut down the Alka had ministered all her spirit to fire. Uttered in frustration. So sneak attack that uses simplified incantation would not be enough to break Alice.
相変わらずお堅いこと。そのから一段と独りよがりになってるんじゃない？
Alka provoked Alice in order to disguise her own lack of composure. Somehow Alice seemed delighted by Alka's
売
bravado.
り言葉に買い言葉というやつね。こういう勢いだけのきっかけは初めてだけど。驚いたわ。こんなくだらない理由でも
その気になるものなのね、人間って。
Giggled. Amazement, Alice gestured her left hand toward the earth. A whole kitchen is here. Stab, stab, stab. Pencil shot off from underneath the cobblestones paving the plaza.
しずきくん、後ろに飛んで。
Grabbed his hand as she shouted, jumping backward before he had even a chance to respond. Those of their own, the utensils that suddenly appeared from the ground gave. Various spirits flew around them. Alco and Sajura close in the clock.
これで終わり？
30 feet stood between them and Alice. That crumbled into stone underneath them, fell short of what Alco did. Circled the clock tower, making the seat look like the burning of a witch's stake.
普通逆じゃない。ここは私たちを逃がさないよう槍で周りを囲むものでしょ。
Path behind him was safe. Why they could try to make a break for the main gate and escape.
いいのアリス。悪いけど逃げられるなら逃げるわよ。私。
Back to town to be Alco's win. All she wanted to do was let Sojo get away for the night so she could get back to the city. It would be for the part mission accomplished.
Huh?
Or so she had thought. Offering a glance at her target's below, Alice carefully and lovingly pulled out a bottle from her pocket.
緑のフラスコ？あれって確か。やば！とにかくファイヤー！
Charles deflected with ease. Almost Alco's earlier bravado. Really natural. He'd grown as a mage. As your studies have progressed along. Grasp one of her tendencies and abilities. Ooh. That made her conceited enough to believe that her fables power should be able to show Alice a thing or two. Right. Worked the magical bottle. The breeze caressed her neck. The ditto fled as the new player stepped off the. Where would it enter? Down footsteps and a solid parade approach. Anjana. Merged. A miracle that Aoko Ozaki and mage should never would. Dead came to life. Animate wakened. Woods were enveloped by the mists. Lurked in the Opus made merry and Budgie's slender fingers had transfigured the entirety of park as if they were stroking the back of it.
いいわ。ごっこ遊びをしましょう。青子。
One night, the wasteland of dashed hopes and dreams was restored to its former glory. An immortal monster ready to devour reality. Dark fairy tale that once unleashed would never let its prey escape.
逃げられるものなら逃げてみせて。
Bro, wait did they draw eyes in this fucking game? It's so creepy. But we make it so realistic.
どこまで行けるかわからないけど、この夜を越えることができたのなら、あなたの勝ちにしてあげる。
The collation marked the start of a desperate battle. Black laughed at her friend. Mirth filled with affection, sadness, and innocent delight. Faded glory returned to Kitsy Land. The globe and numeral lights illuminated the night. Just fill the air with the sound of Vino music. You go around the small and large world around and round. All in all, made for a mind-bending spectacle. It's certainly possible to power the facilities by transmuting alchemy. So that said, applying the particle electricity but now brought back to life. Broken. Chemicals into a compound, but by melting down divine providence into a wick.
まずいわね。アリスのプロイは何個か見てきたけど、今回のは桁が違う。セット。
Declaring anxiety, Alka fired up the crest on her right arm. Magic circuits were a mage's engine, and their crest was the software that assisted their mage. Alka, this was a trump card. Crest-based formula. Strongest mage craft was hers proved that
講師2層直流数も
Our crest shifted to execute the formula, which then connected to circuits. The process resembled trains changing rails, a puzzle involving dozens. As swiftly as possible without sacrificing the construction. Magecraft cast without any issue would not be enough to redeem. Strength of Alice's defense with their initial shots. Got the power 5 times the next time, driving 20 tons of force into her target. I'm blasting her off the. Alice had the protection of thick hanging fog and the dense. That would be more than enough to pierce through both. Sarcoma could cave in Alice's chest and end the fight. At worst, it would at least knock Alice down from precision.
そろそろいいかな。
Boys, there was one guy who spoiled the deadly tension, pulling Alko out of killer. I remember looking back and forth between Alko and Alice in confusion.
それでどういう話になったんだ？
Just like me, for real, for real. Said it like he might ask for directions to the train station. She's mad as. Lashed out in response, but his deadly serious tone shocked rather than angered her.
信じられない。慣れてきた。私。
Alko swallowed back a sigh and returned her focus to activating.
交渉は決裂。ちょっと怒らせすぎた。あの子から見れば、まあいい機会だし、遊園地ごと私を亡き者にしようって腹ね。
Until this says begging for a simpler explanation.
私、割とあの子に恨まれてるから。捕まったが最後、どんな風に殺されるか想像すらできないわ。要するに、あんたも私も、あの子をどうにかしないと生きて帰れないってことよ。
そんな、とばっちりだ。
まあ、そういうことになるかもね。
Pretty much. Resisted a tone wholly inappropriate to the situation. Alko let another blast from a run. Same Sojiro, though. The other day, and Alko would have been happy to do exactly that, but now her attention was focused on the girl in the black atop the clock tower. Alko's mind struggled to catch up to her astonishment. Fired the strongest, fastest magic bullet she had the ability to conjure, and Alice blocked it. That much was to be expected. Fine to defending herself, such an attack was child's play. What's happened? Alko had never seen before. Alice's defenses. Horses, plague locusts. Real world, like what Alko just. Poor creatures could not take form like a cloud of fog and just quickly die. Possible things in impossible ways. Applying them with any power source. Power in the first place. Discarded things do not follow the rules of kind. This invasion of fairy tale. For them, the automaton looked merciful. Oh my god! Autonomous puppets were products of mage copy, and they behaved as puppets. They made things, however, nothing of this. Thus became living creatures. Enemies far up to the malformed beings. There's a fog so dense that magic energy visibly spread to all corners of the park. Monsters welcoming party easily numbered over 1,000. Run by the sound of shuddering sensation running on her spine, Alco fired a barrage of single-action magical bullets, as is the American spirit. Her impulsive attacks scattered futilely. As the merry-go-round soared into the sky, green fire-breathing lizards blocked. Bakeries over the doors once again, human-sized loaves of fresh bread marched across their ovens as platoons of newly plagued soldiers. The breadmen. Alco and Sujo were completely surrounded. The Ferris wheel creaked as it gently turned. The orchidee train car raced above the roller coaster tracks with the Kitsy down its face aboard. Ah, the Kitsy's crying! It was a grossly twisted fantasy. Glowing black reigned over the insanity-fueled park. Oh, now we're screwed. Alco was transfixed by the scene unfolding around her. And she realized what was happening. Flutter of Meinster's familiars. Among them were 3 of particular notoriety, one of which she recalled being capable similar to this. Called Ploikiksha.
青崎だから後ろ
Alco's bullets, the creatures exploded in splinters. Clear Alco shots would become more powerful, but it was also the case these beings were less robust. Turned away from the clock tower, grabbed his hand and began to run.
青崎
ごめん、これ無理。逃げるわよ。
逃げるってどこに
どこって、とにかく行けるところまで。
She shouted as though trying to persuade herself she valiantly cleared a path. Alco's magic bullets flew like sarcasm. Blowing away the creatures that blocked or simply gathered around their path, she made a hole for them to escape through. Looked up carnivals. Got breadmen. Train horses. Oh my god. But like blue fireworks. Alco and Suzuro ran down the bumpy brick road. Raw, unfortunately, heat of the battle went far beyond mutual convenience. They were the park's exit at full speed without exchanging a word of look. Weirdness only extended as far as the park border. Safe as long as they made it outside. But they look fucking delicious. Your numbers, the difference in strength is 2 army. 1 versus an army. Which was hardly useful in the situation, and manpower was an issue here. Puppets.
さっきの大丈夫？上からこうでっかいハサミが落ちてきたけど。
Alco shouted as she blasted away the monsters that stood in their path. Then stop for breath or even to look back.
なんとかギリギリ
As your pursued, his voice too had naturally become shrill. 5 minutes earlier, he had broken out of siege of the pauses surprisingly fast. Awakening pace with larger creatures taking additional time.
ラッキー、朝に弱いタイプばっかと見た。
Echo joked as she mowed down the small fry that popped up. Then, warning, something outrageous extended its way down above them. Claws of a 60-foot lobster during the roof of a seafood restaurant. Oh no, Red Lobster's revenge. Oh, revenge from bankruptcy. It's just like a guillotine. Like a Sujiro cut across the front of the restaurant. The Red King pressed in a tremendous speed against splitting them each in two.
しずきくん、ゆうた、こっちはダメ。
It's on the other side of the restaurant, but they had to take the long way around in order to lose the giant lobsters snapping at their heels. Weighing along their teeth would have been a horde of monsters, too many to count.
なんとかギリギリ。
While in response, for Kama just how narrowly he had avoided his head being severed from his body.
ってまうわ、なんだあれ、焼きたてか。
そうみたいね。要するに下級兵士よ。
Sprints are crusted full operation.
7、6、5メートル。あの程度ならスナップだけで事足りる。
Lying on the brick path, she brandished her right arm. This is the shower of magic bullets. That was a single action spell that favored rate of fire over firepower. And it mowed down the monsters with satisfying pops.
青崎そっちも。
了解。
Explosions bloomed along the lamplit promenade. Turned to fire fanned out. It was the part of the Starmine fireworks show. Firebread men turned to charcoal.
いける。数でこそ押されてるけど、この状態が続くなら逃げ切れる。しずきくん、そっちは。
いない、空いてる。ここからなら入り口の東側に出られるはずだ。
Raja leaving an average spellcaster blew to the face. Novice mage broke through the siege. Bird keenly watched everything unfold. The moment the blue bird descended into its master's field of vision, it made its high-pitched call. Girl listened expressionlessly to the
構わないわ。予想通りよ。撃つこと、壊すことしか脳がなくても、青子の魔力の使い方は波じゃないから。
Robin flapped its wings as Alice was criticizing Alice for complimenting Alco. Perhaps it was just jealous of Alco for being praised by Alice. Alice could barely make sense of his chirp. Alco Ozaki was a novice mage. Years ago, she had grown up with a background in magecraft. Alice, who was raised as a witch from Alco, possessed far less talent and experience. Simply no comparison to be made. Taught us the skills in magecraft 10 times out of 10, Alice would be declared. The narrative changed when it came to a battle for life and death. Alice Kwanji was not the type of mage combat, while Alco Ozaki, on the other hand, was built for it. Contest to pit magical energy against magical energy, even Alice would concede that Alco had the upper hand. Alco's magical energy was extraordinary. The scale for magic circuits was smaller than that of Alice, but the ability and output quality worldly. That was Alco's failings when handling sophisticated formulae. In just 2 years of practice, Alco had surpassed Alice in simple. He also had a genius' instincts and adaptability. Alco was not particularly fast. She was terrifyingly fast. By the Ozaki clan, she would have been doubtless versus a sharpshooter.
でも、
Shout outs to outstanding. Asco should never bothered to learn bullets in the first. He's the classic puppeteer. Served as her arms and legs to carry out all the particular battle.
制限時間には気づいているわよね、青子。魔力はいくらでも貸してあげるけど、あなたの魔弾はあと半時で根崩れするわ。
Him and the robin took flight. In nearly 10 minutes since Alice had made the music. Fog burst next. The person running about would soon come to understand the gravity.
しずきくん、正門ってこっち？
ああ、その店を曲がれば出口だ。
at them at their limits. The dragon do around the corner of breakneck pace. Music park though it was still the infamous Kitsyland. Taking the high school student 20 minutes to spread the entire circumference of the park. Park's geography. Is that a fucking dragon? Changing beyond recognition. Transformation was unknown to the park's residents either.
青崎
何を
言いたくないんだけどこの遊園地広くなってないか
It was. The problem wasn't as one day as was taking the location. The exits through a strange terrain. The park was warping and twisting on itself. And its structure was expanding, growing like that of. Her noticed the mob encircling them stronger. Back to Sojiro, Alka summoned Elder for just whining. Won't blame Sojiro for covering in shock. Same responsibility for causing and dragging him into this mess. Or to succumb to panic.
大丈夫落ち着け私遊園地の果てはある遠いけど鉄柵はちゃんと見えるフラットスナークだって制限なしってわけじゃない外に逃げるって選択は正しいはず現状外までは目算で1キロぐらいだけど
Now they've been too favored. A mile without rest, they'd have collapsed.
青崎体大丈夫か
え
Behind pulled Akko back to reality.
大丈夫だけどちょっと一息入れたいわね
賛成ここから休みなしで外周まで走るのは
驚いたしずきくんも外まで走ろう派とは
He let slip a giggle. However, the Billy Bay mechanic, her comrade arms have been analyzing the situation and forming a plan.
ちょっとだけ建物に逃げ込むのは
気は進まないけどそれしかないわね
Herman had him completely surrounded. This might have been a problem for an average person, but for Akko, breaking through the building would be a safe. Was.
問題はどんな店を選ぶかってこと
There's the characteristics of the transforming park. Danger no is safe. One factor was the complexity of the building.
そうだ選ぶならあの単純さで正しいはずしずきくんあっち
Trying the monsters, Akko hopped behind the counter, soon followed by Sojiro.
カウンターに隠れてて
Western shootout, Akko squared off against the monsters using the counter as cover. Whee!
ビンゴここならスナーク化しないんだ
There the enemy, Akko sat down under the counter.
あいつらは
店の周りで地団打踏んでるわ理由があってねあいつらはここには入ってこられないのよ
He had the perplexed grin, took a moment, breath. He heaved a heavy sigh of relief and fatigue.
とりあえずコーヒーブレイクねここは遊園地の中でも遊びのない場所だからあいつらにとっては鬼門なのよ
we found the Starbucks. We're taking refuge in the Starbucks. There ain't nothing of innovation here.
レジスターも調理器具も最近のものだし擬人化されたマスコットもないしスナーク化するにはちょい文明犬すぎるってこと
スナーク
あいつらの名前よつけたのは私じゃなくてアリスなのかしらねあの子の性格的にちょっと想像できないけど
Perhaps now at ease from knowing they were safe, Sojiro seemed enthralled in their experience. I help but chuckle as Sojiro nodded sagely. Yes. Certain that he had no idea what she was talking about. In a way, this would have irritated her, but this time she was grateful for the warmth of his sobriety.
それはともかく調子良さそうだな青崎
Taking her smile for composure, Sojo broke into a smile. Just not a link in a chain of misunderstandings, but there was no need to redress.
あれ、あなたから見てもわかる？私のマダーの威力が上がっているの。
そりゃミラーハウスで散々追いかけ回されたからな。あの時と同じ動作なのに物騒さが増していれば嫌でもわかる。でもいいのか？確か数に限りがあるとか言ってただろう。もう随分撃っちまったけど20、30じゃ効かないぞ。
あんた、時々あれよね。
Every now and then, you. Her opinion improved just a little bit.
なんでもない。私のマダーの威力が上がっているのは単純に魔力の濃度の問題。さっきから霧がかかってるでしょ？あれ、全部魔力なのよ。弾を撃つための燃料と思って。
Grab some Aether. Loaded it up. I didn't use my power. Magic energy is divided into two broad categories. Odd, produced inside a mage's body. Second was mana, which filled the atmosphere. At the moment, the music park had turned to a fairy tale land, flowing with mana. Person, to a mage, it was a paradise where spells could cast as much as one.
じゃあ残り魔力とやらは気にしなくていいのか。注意すべきは怪我と体力だけ。
まあ、個人的な責任においてはその限りね。
Sigh relief. From Sojour's perspective, more so than the monster she mowed down, Akko was the big bully on the playground. What would happen? Okay, I'm back. Even considered about what happened, should magical energy also be looking for him, she was far from surrendering her crown.
頼りにしてくれるのは嬉しいけど、ぬか喜びよ。あんな雑魚たち、ただ動いているだけのガラクタなんだから。スナーク本体は当然として、アリスが他の童話の怪物を出してきたら、私じゃどうにもならない。
他の童話の怪物。遊園地をこんな風に変えたやつ以外にまだいるのか？
そう、プロイキッシャーって名付けられた私たちでさえ目を背けたくなる反則。
We proper mages hate them.
不可能な夢物語をも再現する時代に取り残されたデタラメよ。
Sojourner's expression seemed to be calling her out on her the hypocrisy.
あのね、私たちはちゃんと現代に寄り添った魔術師よ。できないこともあるし、当たり前のことだけど、近代兵器にはかなわない。20世紀、まあいろんな戦争の後押しで兵器の進化は私たちを超えちゃったから。
Woo! War! Woohoo!
けど、あの子のは違う。どんなに人間の技術が進歩しようと関係ないって怪物なの。例えばあのブレッドマンいるでしょ。あいつには自動拳銃とか効かないわよ。多分意味が分かっていないから。
Akko casually gestured outside past the counter.
アリスの使い魔は全てが空想によってこねられた神秘なの。前提からしてありえないことだから、通常の物理法則と折り合いが悪い。 空想と現実は両立しないっていうごく当たり前の理由でね。
なるほど。ブレッドマンってのはあの動く焼きたてパンのことなんだな。
Sojiro seemed to have ignored the majority of Aka's explanations and only reacted to the part that caught his curiosity.
話を戻すけど、あいつらと近代兵器の相性は最悪。ロケット弾でも効果はないわ。意思の疎通、秩序の共有ができてないから。プロイキッシャーにとって彼らの世界には存在しないもの、意味がわからないものは触れることなく無賛する。
You can only fight fantasy with fantasy.
彼らに通じるのは同じ神秘を帯びた魔力だけっていうデタラメぶりよ。もう完全に概念空間っていうか概念宇宙っていうか。
They're going too far. I'm gonna eat.
要するにあいつらは伝承防御っていう特別なルールを持っていて、単純に強い力、強い魔術じゃ効果は薄いの。元になった童話にちなんだ欠点をつかないと倒せない。ギリシャ神話のアキレスあたり分かりやすい例えなんだけど、知ってる？
He doesn't know.
そう。無事帰れたら飛び丸あたりに教えてもらって。定番だけどいい話よ、あれ。
Yeah, but it's a good story. Sojiro was feeling pretty lost, but he did his best to grasp the situation. He thought the ploy kick trials were scary enough to chase Aka and the puppet from before out of the house barefoot. Horse train. So they had seen before them was stuff in nightmares. Sojiro had a different way of thinking.
やっぱり青崎の方が怖くないか。
あんた死ぬの？
I love him so much. Sojiro waved in protest silently, pointing out that she had made his case for him.
あのね、今私たちを取り囲んでるのはおまけに過ぎないの。アリスにとってあのブレッドマンもロブスターもソーセージ屋のミンチマシーンも全部が全部私が打ってるマダンより価値がない。いい？あの動くマスコットたちはね、ただのおまけなの。アリスが解放した童話の怪物の一呼吸みたいなものなのよ。
呼吸ってこれが？
私だって考えたくないわよ。でもそれが現状。たった一体の童話の怪物だけで私たちは手一杯。そういうわけだからアリスがあと一体でも追加したら諦めて。
追加ってこれに制限はないのか？
あの子が出し惜しみしなければまだ何体かストックはあるでしょうけど、まあ成立する条件はあるわね。例えば川がないと目を覚まさない怪物もいる。この遊園地噴水はあるけど川はないでしょ。
童話ってかけそばとか。
Sono-G, what the fuck are you talking about?
ここに川がないのは不幸中の幸いね。もしあったらもっと直接制圧に向いたやつが出てきてた。
Continue completely ignoring Sojiro.
話の続きだけど、アリスの魔術の基本はマザーグースって知らないか。イギリスの歌で遊び心に富んだメルヘンチックな内容よ。ただそっち系のプロイキッシャーは怖くないの。みんなそれなりになんとか魔術にも落とし込める範囲だから。
聞きたくないんだけど、そっち系じゃないのは？
マザーグースを下地にしたとある創作童話系。あの子のお母さんが好きでね。こっち系のはどいつもこいつも尋常じゃない。私たちから見ても勘弁してって言いたくなるわ。で、この遊園地を生き返らせたのはこっち系よ。多分フラットスナークってやつだと思う。私も聞き流していたから詳しくはわからないけど。
All discovered making way up a surround. Really want her to explain things a little less vaguely, but something she had just said necessitated further investigation.
待て青崎、あの子の話を聞き流したってなんで？
いや、説明してもらったのは随分と前だし、あの頃はアリスの話あんまり信じられなかったのよね。
But Alco, you didn't pay attention? Oh no.
私が素人だと思って大げさに自分の魔術を語ってくれてるな、舐められてるなとか。
Alco. In truth, if anyone hadn't taken the lesson seriously, it was Alco. She learned that lesson firsthand soon enough when she experienced just how real Alice's monsters were. She also discovered how heretical the monster witches truly were in the world of Mage.
その聞き流した内容は？
何でも強力な結界を張るプロイだって。アリスが受け継いだプロイは山ほどあるけど、その中でもえりすぐりの一つよ。捨てられたもの、忘れられたものを童話的に蘇らせるやつで、今まで誰も破ったことがないとか。それでついたあだ名が触れられぬもの。
フラットスナークじゃないのか？
それもあだ名。とにかく正体がわからないやつばっかりなんで、一つの個体に複数の名前
Just my
を付けられ
5
る。
names for my attacks. Could be any one of them.
フラットスナークはその中でも正体不明さはトップランクのデタラメぶりよ。あなた、ルイス・キャロルのスナーク狩りって本知ってる？
Alco, you know the answer to this.
いや、そもそもルイス・キャロルというのは。
The fucking wet dog.
そっからか。ドジスン教授はそうね、特殊性癖を持った妄想紳士ってとこ。まあこっちは別にどうでもいいか。人によっては時間の無駄だろうし。
Immediately starts slandering.
今重要なのは彼が残した著作の方。スナーク狩りはね、スナークって呼ばれる正体不明の怪物を捕まえようと奔走する冒険家たちの話なの。キャロルらしい皮肉ばっちり、支離滅裂、意味不明、結末不在の本当に困った本で、一行は島で苦しみつつ最終的にはスナークを見つけるものの、見つけたベイカーは唐突に姿を消して終わってしまう。よくわからないもの探しに奔走する人間の風刺なんだけど、この遊園地において誰がベイカーで何がスナークかは言うまでもないでしょ。
Not like not Chris, but flat socket out of the pop. Well, island, 5-dimensional plane. These names were not given to it by Alice, but merely uttered by me. Mathematics, snark is a term used in graph theory, contradictory and impossible graphs. The world was given that name. It's paradoxical in nature. Fairy tale monsters described this name was said to hold no form discoverable by man. Alcohol also declined to mention. Snark was a fairy tale monster that could grow. Hide somewhere in the abusive cart continued until the park completely.
脅かしてもしょうがないし。
何か言ったか？
別に。簡単に言って童話世界の再生がフラットスナークの力なの。この遊園地との相性は抜群でしょうね。何しろもともとが童話を元にした遊び場だから。
Business district, for example, far less of a threat. At most, this power will be limited to project the shadow of a dinosaur into a building's window.
お、だからここは安全だって。ん？
Butcher realized something was wrong when he noticed a gluttonous foot onto his back. Oh!
あ、
Oh. He looked up to the ceiling. Their eyes met. Before he had a chance to think, so Drew hopped up from the floor.
青崎外だ。
Taking initiative, he jumped out from behind the counter.
バカ、何して。
From being to the side, she also came to her feet. Immediately, she noticed something coming to life overhead.
やば。
Oh, good heavens! eventually mouth clamped shut. The mascot to speak of, the burger joint itself being transformed into one giant monster.
もうなんで天井にピエロの絵なんて描いてんのよあの店。普通もっと違うところに労力割かない？そんなにピエロが好きなら入り口にでも飾っとけ。
Your aesthetic sense for shit! Okay, our grievances ran. There's no safe haven left. The moment the last remnants of civilization be the park had reached the final stage of snarkification. Not just the mascot characters have been Burger Joint, even the buildings began to transform. Of course, it made its way about the park ride that twisted like a Chinese dragon. But was stared dumbfounded by the Ferris wheel, which had grown to over 250 feet in length. Of course, the breadman closed in on them as if to offer tickets.
この列整理は間に合ってるっての。
Bombs with trinkets, actual kick shots rampaged the park. Holes punctured in the envelopment, it was instantly filled. Attrition was known in sight. Doesn't matter, of course. Fairy tales all about living.
なんかどうしようもないぞ。こいつら増える一方だ。
スナーク本体を探して。童話の怪物には本体に当たる器物があるの。それさえ壊せば遊園地から出られるはず。
本体ってどんな？
さっき言ったでしょ。童話の怪物は現実にないものだって。今までいなかったおかしなやつとか現実じゃありえないもの。それが本体。
Alco, that's the problem. Everything's like that.
おかしなやつって例えば？
だから命のある人形とか空飛ぶゴーカートとか。
Alco paused firing for a moment. Saying so loud, she realized just how deep their grave was dug. Amusement Park was the treasure trove of fairy tale-esque creatures on any given day. To say it was impossible amidst the newly transfigured knickknacks around.
そっか、おかしくないやつなんて一つもないんだ。この中に紛れ込んでる。
And she was wrong, Alco bit her lip. Buster was the type of poly that played down in fields. And so many familiars that would be unusual to invite in literal senses. Put one of his model from a story about being untouchable and identifiable with the logical assumption.
逆に言えば、見つければ私たちの勝ち。そんな脆いやつが雑魚に紛れ込む。木の葉を隠すなら森の中って言うけど。
Fuck that horse. They're dead to me. This is closer to the truth than Alco realized. The slightest possibility of being hit by one of Alco's stray bullets would not even dare appear in front of them. Form was orchestrating the park from somewhere safe.
でも、どこかに見えているはず。スナークは本の主題だもの。常にページのどこかにいないと主人公の資格がない。
Very simply, the Ferris wheel is the safest location in the park as it's the most classic glory. Perhaps.
あの子を捕まえるのは。
Her eyes opened wide at the sudden suggestion. They've been trying to come up with a plan to overcome the stalemate, so so driven their reckoning pretty well. The proposal was a simple one. Now, to find the Stark, they just needed to take out its master, Alice. All from the clock tower. Here they could make out her figure draped in moonlight.
それは一番ダメ。アリスを殺してもフラットスナークは止まらないし、このトンデモが外に溢れ出すことになる。だいたい私じゃあの子を殺せないから、よくて半殺しがいいところ。
Angered the girl toward its master, moved to attack as mercilessly burned her. Back to back, catching breath. Think of an alright escape, they had reached rock bottom. The audience are forming a circle around their prey as if they smell blood and water. Dragged to the bakery for the oven, finds in the meat grinder at the butcher shop. Raider on top of the carousel, walked the plank on a thorny pirate ship. Slumber, they were eager to welcome their new guests.
一応聞いておきたいんだけど。
何？手短にね。今考え事してるから。
ああ、あの連中が何をしたいか嫌っていうほど伝わってくるんだけど、それってあの子の趣味なのかな。
その疑問はなかったわ。連中の人間嫌いは遊園地の怨念とフラットスナークの性格じゃない。基本的にまともなやついないから、アリスの使い魔って。あ、でも
Wasn't able to deny that there was similarities.
それは結構。それで青崎の考え事って止める方法考えついたのか。
期待させて悪いけどお手上げ。あんたが殺されれば止まるでしょうけど。
それは嫌だ。とりあえず逃げよう。
しずきくん
Wasn't surprised at the sudden turn of events. Not been meekly following her lead, I grabbed Ako's hand and pulled her hard to the swarm of thread in an attempt to break out of the circle.
意味わかんなすぎ。なんで今の流れでそうなるのよ、あんたは。
Just fucking got him. Just break that bread. Burn that bread. Ako nonetheless follows Sojo's uncharacteristically gung-ho lead, cursing him all the while. And he had no chance of breaking through the surrounding wall of enemies with brute force. He regained her bearings so the fire spray magic bullets ahead of Sojo. Burst through the net and ran as hard as they could. And all that was left was the plan from the outset. Arc. Before addressing what needed to be addressed.
なんでよ、さっきはあんなに諦めよかったのに。
How could I begin to comprehend Sojo's reaction?
ミラーハウスの時と今は違うだろう。いいから走れ。
And this is now. What?
違わないわよ。あんたを殺そうとした私も、あんたを殺したいアリスも、理由の結果も同じよ、私たち。
Wonder what was getting her so worked up. Alka did not stop. With the degree of Sojo's stupidity, charging the Birdman's recklessly had caused her to lose.
あのね、一緒に逃げてるぐらいで勘違いしないでくれる？言っとくけど私、明日になったらまたあんたを殺しに行くから。死にたくないってんなら、ここで私からも逃げ出したら？
Me too, got it?
それはまた今度の話だろう。だいたい青崎に殺されるのならいいけど、あの子に殺されるのは嫌だ。
だからなんで？
だって顔も知らない、話したことさえない相手だ。
Killed by the unknown? I'm gonna douse water over Blade's fury. I think he was snuffed out by the certain simplicity of his reasoning.
顔も知らないって。
Sojo did not mind being killed by someone. That though. Grimaces she called. Spotted up the clock tower, the girl observed the growth of Snark, savior of this vile, vulgar fairy tale monster who provided those abandoned by fate with the glimmer. Oh yeah, no, just a barrage of magic, just incredibly, just like, yeah, no, everything's like small scale, and then you just hear just like Alice is like, all right, now here's some magic bullshit. Alice had it under control, but she was still keen to keep the habits. Up around the park, they had now reached the size of an entire town. The Robin made situation report.
そう。外を目指しているの。
Nako's prioritizing the safety of the boy. They choosing not to capitulate on a decision that was very much like her. Also, to bring it back earlier, it's just like, yeah. It was so thematically a very fun callback. It's like, hey, did Alko and Sono-G actually did go on that quote-unquote date to Kitsy Land?
青子のことだから、時計台ごと私を焼き払いに来るかと思ったけど。
Her cheap and dying his master's portrait of Alko? Bring that it was Alko's style to do exactly. There might interpret its interjections either way.
退屈
Robert jumped effectively. It chirped and flapped its wings like a fluster.
珍しく気があったわね。いいわ。せっかくのゲームだし、もう少しだけ盛り上げましょう。
Logic from her pocket. The bizarre gray Easter egg and emanating from beside it was the ticking of a clock. Robert knew it to be a ploy kick shot with a bad attitude far exceeding Flat Stark's, not being the best in one-on-one situations. They go all great.
称える時間は20分に設定したわ。いつも通り控えめに壊れてきて。
Together with which breath, the egg flied away with praise. The egg filled with praise disappeared. Strong wind swept through the park. Birds I could have killed them all by myself floated through the air. The point was something enormous that was all yet overlooked. Dash of the boundary separating the park from the outside. Imperial horde that sent their way to reduce the number. The two from the outside world was just over 300 yards away. Buildings barring their path. Ferris would send their way, though, would have spelled the end, but thankfully he had yet to reach his full strength. Some of them were weak oddities that could be easily.
これならなんとか。
To make it to the fence if only your lungs would allow it. Spark or take a magical energy. The condition of body circuits was steadily improving. One all out on egg. Still. Locked on Soju hovering 10 feet above him over the side.
しずきくん、ちょっと。
ああ、さっきからついてきてる。
But then seemingly noticed before Alco had glances toward the sky. It would have been a stranger for him not to notice, as the thing was practically. In terms of its size, the floating object measured about 3 feet in diameter. House covered extending lights danced about.
卵かな。
Call it.
卵卵って言ったら割れる卵。
Bonk. Bullet bounced off like it was made. Had the ability to deflect all outside interference, confirmed to Alka that badly employed.
やっぱり外からのルールじゃ壊れないか。しずきくん、あれから絶対に目をそらさないで。いい。何があっても見続けること。視界の隅に入れとくだけでいいから。
あ、ああ。
Alka picked up her pace as she barked order. The Eggman who sat on a wall, he would crack just as Coco. Anyone could do or say would cause him to fall, but the moment they stopped looking, he would tumble down and break into pieces.
いわく、王様の軍隊でも元に戻せない数の破片。
Back together. Couldn't put it back together. Mother Goose's poem, Humpty Dumpty, targeted the moment he averted his gaze would tumble.
まあ、爆発するかどうかは知らないけど。
Out of something troublesome when it fell. Double shaped the keyhole during the front, and writing inscribed upon it, they all were anxious. Egg, the man who was going to hatch at some point. He continued to stare once the time came, or for whatever was inside to come out. Possibility.
青崎、早すぎないか。
Yes, sir. It would have been cute. Yeah, definitely would be cute if Nursery Rhyme was like a servant in there, but. I think you can see it in like. I think Alice might have it in like her my room conversations about Nursery Rhyme.
あまり全力で走ると。
Now you'll.
後のことは考えないで。いいからしずきくんは卵だけに集中して。
Juncture, Brenman stepped out to join the egg and block the path.
邪魔。
Remember marching forth in Grand Battalion under low firepower quotient down. However,
肩焼きかこの
Rust. That failed to do a job, and then it's time for put a crust to use. Raw, formula triggered bullet, case in full wind jacket. For previous shots were the equivalent of machine gun volume, and this is artillery. Cracker spread the absorber stab without a dent, scattered into thousands of tiny pieces to draw his turn. Yeah. A weird servant concept. It's because she's a Fate's extra servant. She's a gimmick Fate extra servant too. That's why she's so weird in FGO. So her whole entire thing is you're supposed to, and in Fate extra talk, nurse her fight in it is just like you have 7 rounds to beat her, and if you don't, then you die. But all of her patterns, like if you have all of her information, then like her patterns are really easy. First destruction down end with the Breadman. The road was now thoroughly stripped of its pavement. Nearby cells have been warped into I suspect the lead soldier would question what the greater obstacle to her escape was. Breadman or Aqua's ability to lay waste to things.
ちょっとなんで距離取るのよそこそばにいないと危ないじゃないほらもっとこっち言っとくけどあんたがあいつらに囲まれちゃったらアウトよ私人質とか意味ないタイプだしそもそも区別して撃つとかそういうのできないし
Fucking blew up our path. How much of extra do I know? Pretty much all of it. I fucking love extra. That's why I'm so sad we didn't get the fucking game this year. Cause what was it, Bandai Namco? It's Bamco's fault. Yeah. You're not full. Last night's Sojo, you not fully appreciate the part about hostages, but you got the gist.
つまり今はどこであろうと危険なのか
あんたね
And those shoes plays typical wave net typical naive responses, she cannot help but be impressed. Tigress. Sojo was a straight arrow through and through. I stayed firmly focused on the egg overhead, even amidst the chaos of the melee unfolding.
その分なら安心か物分かりは悪いけど一度言われたことはきっちり守るあたりあなたのいいところよね
そんなことより青崎俺の気のせいならいいんだけどさっきのパン硬くなかったか
まあねあいつら少しずつ強くなってきてるわ
Sourdough. Yeah, it's... So Nursery Rhyme herself, in her normal form, is the book. The reason she has her form is because of Alice in Fate Extra. And because of how... It's a really... Nursery Rhyme is really weird. She became a book, but then she became modeled after Alice because of Alice herself and her wish. Because Nursery Rhyme's power is the ability to bring nursery rhymes. It's conceptually somewhat similar to... There's 3 fucking Alices, I just realized. Am I talking about Alice Kawanji, or am I taking Alice the Master, or am I talking about Alice as the goddamn servant? I'm losing my mind. God fucking damn it. That's probably... Yeah, it's... Nursery Rhyme is like a... I don't want to say like a bounded field. By the way, if you haven't joined the Discord, be sure to join it. I send out notification whenever I go live. It's great. I talk about this so I can get my thoughts in order. But basically, it puts up like a really strong bounded field where you start to lose yourself in the fairy tale. So compared to Alice Kuwanji's, like Hickshaw's and like her fantasy and everything, so that one is just externally affecting you. It just says bringing the fairy tale to life to kill you, while in the other one, you are losing yourself to the fantasy, and thus you're losing your parts to it. That is how Nursery Rhyme works in Fate Extra. Yeah. She does use fantasy creatures like the... Alice Kuanji uses the Jabberwock. No, it's Bandersnatch in this one. Alice... Yeah, because that's the Jabberwock is like the... is what chases you in Fate Extra. Or like the phenomenon of the Jabberwock. It's weird. Alice is weird. All I know is that during the entire time, she has a really bad screen effect and your HP gets, like, drained constantly. It sucks. Also happens with fucking Robin Hood, where you get poisoned. It's like, ah, my bones! A Vorpal Blade, Mystic Code or something? Yeah, you need a way to sever the fantasy. Which, if you were a normal mage, you wouldn't really need too much, but because you're playing as Fujimaru, and Fujimaru is a shit mage, LMAO, it's super effective on you. That's why you need the components for the Vorpal Blade Mystic Code. In order to prevent yourself from being erased by the Jabberwock.
大量生産が軌道に乗ったんで、今度はクオリティアップをテーマにしたのかも。
Sorry, Ritsuka. It's Hakuno, yeah. I'm sorry, with all the Fate Extra events in FGO, forgive me for not thinking. Yeah, Nurse Rhyme can be... It's a folklore spirit. It's similar in the same vein as that. It's like it's on like the verge of a ghost liner. If I can phrase it like that, if that makes sense. Actually, probably nowadays, nursery rhymes are probably just... Nursery rhyme would just be like a ghost liner or a phantom spirit. Nursery rhymes are not as too impactful nowadays, so... but yeah. It's, And I'm thinking about Fate Extra again, and I'm thinking about the Arc Raid route. Shoutouts to Arc Raid being able to spam our Noble Phantasm, by the way. Is this VN Fate adjacent? This VN is before Fate. It's set in, like, to phrase it away, the Magecraft system and, like, how magic works are very, like... It's the same kind of deal, but there's no servants or anything. This is more on, like, the mage side of it. The actual, like, people opposed to, like, heroic servants. Probably should consider a child, whereas yeah, she probably would be. It's, yeah. It have great compatibility with the master, because master servant compatibility is actually important. So if you're like an adult, then like, unless you're like a mother, if you're a single father who summoned nursery rhyme, LMAO, I don't know how that happened in the first place, because by all accounts, that wouldn't happen. But if it were to happen, it would be a very bad comparison. I feel like with summon nursery rhyme when your normal circumstances. Theoretically, if you use the nursery rhyme as of the book as a catalyst, because you can raw dog no catalyst when summoning a servant or anything, it becomes more of a chance, and I believe the servant wouldn't be of as a higher rank. That's why you use in Fate. Sorry, now we're talking about Fate. Alco's pouting me now talking about Fate lore. So what ends up happening when you're summoning a servant is you could have a catalyst. And the catalyst, like, let's use Strange Fake, like in the opening scenes of it, somebody uses the key to the armory, or to Gil's armory, as a catalyst to summon Gilgamesh. I had the weird fucking monk. So good. I'm sorry, Chris. I like talking about Fate. Fate has a lot of good, fun mechanics, and like the systems behind it are actually like really fun to talk about. Because it's just like, oh yeah, if you wanted the strongest servant, if you wanted to like how to game the system, because Fate to be, yeah. Character. It's funny you mention this how adjacent this is to Fate, because these characters do show up in FGO. But the Nasuverse converging in FGO. But yeah. But then this was made before Fate Stay Night. This is the remaster on. This is a lot more dealing with like the technical, like the not the heroic stuff, but like the world systems in general. The magic system in general, and among other things. It doesn't get as I'm not gonna actually say that because I did, but it's like it's not like Fate. The character's more grounded, if I could say that haphazardly. It's not like King Arthur or anything. It's just like wizard shit, and wizards do be wizards, mages and shit. And if you understand like what I mean by like a wizard being a wizard, and now they do not have good fucking morality, it's like in that sense.
しずきくんでもお察しの通り、ここからは手強くなっていく一方よ。あのパンたちでさえ個体差が出てきたみたいだし。
And our boy Sono-G here, he just has great stamina. He's just a country boy. Okay, the card tech would do another game if it could. Hope so. I hope that Fate Extra somehow gets it. I would really hope.
考えたくないけど、そのうちジャム塗ったりレタス乗っけたり、果ては合体したりして。
You're joking, or else we're dead serious. There's a shudder at the thought of the situation growing even more dire.
じゃあ、そのうちミラーハウスの人形ぐらいに怖くなるのか、あいつら。
間違いなくね。そこまでレアなパンになったら、私も自分だけで手一杯ね。ところでしずきくん、ああいうのと喧嘩できる？
Chris shook his head, look a complete aversion upon his face.
でしょ？なら急ぎましょう。いろいろ余裕ないんだから。
Malko took a quick, deep breath and began to sprint once again. Far distance through the fog and the air infants waited 300 feet away. It happened they would make it there in one piece. Treasure followed after Alka, holding all the convenient. It's very fun writing like Fate stuff, just like talking about the systems in Fate and how Nagnasu breaks it in like ways that are just like, yeah, this is bullshit because of course it's fucking magic. It's fun to talk about it in that sense. But hope was something ever fleeting. In fact, lasted not even 300 yards. The edge of the amusement park may well have been the edge of the world. Is that good? Dozens of undulating horizons could be crowning the sky like a giant cloud or a thick curtain. Obscuring lips. At the end of the road, the outer limit of an outrageous and fantastical realm. Yet, found it to be much like the last page of an enormous picture. Side turned her mind blank. About as bad as it gets, she thought. Dark, the silent despair had at last brought out turned. Park indeed had an end. Expected the fence divided the amusement park from the potential area. They had both doubled in height and been made sturdier, and the hurdle eyes on it. Occupied Alco compared to this. Structure before it went even far beyond a mere wall. Ocean has separated the underworld from the moor. The iron fence is like a restless, surging sea. One or two walls could easily be topped. One it could be dealt with one way. Pile of the body and that which filled the park, putting on a brave front was within her power. Crickets are across the point of a burnout and last-ditch effort, like the accident of the party with the Red Sea. Open sesame.
でもそれで終わり。
You know, the path could be open, she would not have the energy left to walk it. Obviously, what would become of her afterward. Hardly forgive her for wreaking such havoc around the park. I think they would storm the helpless girl. Unexhausted, she felt the fate sting. Park, looking back at how they'd gone here, Alka reckoned. The golden full beams of steel bent and merged. Time before the music. For the familiars gathered in the plaza where Alka was, had formed a potential blockade around her. Besides the whispering, scratch Dumpty would appear on.
Aozaki.
I do hope we get like an actual standalone Fate game, or somebody manages to crack the FGO arcade game and put it on. Just something like fun Fate related standalone game. It's been a minute. It's been a long time. No, it's not been a long time. Fate Samurai Remnant. I forgot about Samurai Remnant. Just make another Fate Samurai Remnant, or just make like another like fun Fate game that has like characters that we are not just referencing. I guess the other part about Fate Samurai Remnant that I'm just like, I kind of roll my eyes at. It's just like, can we make a Fate game that's just like not reliant on existing servants too much? Some form. Like, I kind of want to be surprised by a couple more servants again. Even though I'm not speaking ill on Samurai Remnant, I do just want to be just like washed ashore by like a new Fate game that's like not beholden to its OG. That's respect.
しずきくん。
Also, we're just here in the fucking dark hour. We're gonna. If you see in the distance, you're gonna see death and voice of snapped back out of a trance. The reality of the situation quickly dawned upon the novice mate. Your hopelessness of it all is ripped out and snatched away.
ゲートに行こう。ここはどうしようもないけど、入り口ならもうちょっとマシだろ。フラットスナークだっけ。こいつにもルールがあるって言ったじゃないか。なら、これは役割の問題だ。初めから鉄柵は通れない壁だけど、ゲートなら出入り口として機能しているかもしれない。
But you're not giving it. Alka find herself honestly admiring Sojourner's ability to analyze. She still had resolve.
そうね。確かに門はあると思う。けど、たどり着くのは難しいわ。一番弱かった焼きたてパンですら、今はもうあれだもの。広場や入り口には、もっと上等なのがたむろしてるだろうし、門だって、あの観覧車以上の怪物かもしれない。確か、大きなキッツィちゃんだったでしょ、正門って。
Sorry, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about Fate Samurai. I'm just like, damn, I wish we continued having Holy Grail Wars in Holy Grail fronts in FGO. Then they stopped because Japanese players complained about it too much for taking too long, and I just think they're all cowards, and I miss Holy Grail front. I like that it was in Samurai Realm in some form. I miss it. I wish they'd bring it back again.
青崎はゲートには行かないのか。
まあね。それよりこっちの方が現実的だし。
I could took a glance at fences. Like to achieve their goal of making it out alive. Inside the Praetorian stay out of the promise.
今からこの鉄柵を壊すから、あなたはそこから外に出て。それで、私の役割はおしまいよ。
Though her words were few, her tone hit by himself.
信じられない。こんなの青崎だけじゃ壊せないだろ。
私だけならね。でも
So
今は
cool.
この遊園地が味方してる。燃料がこれだけあるんだから、私は重心になるだけでいいんだし、一発でかいのお見舞いしてやるわ。
But the thing about it is that they did switch over to like a new engine to help with loading and stuff, so it theoretically could be fine. They just didn't want to take the plunge again.
それでも一回が限度だから、穴を開けたらあんたには全力で走り抜けてもらうしかないけど。
Our path right through this iron sea of fences. Final effort, a green incantation to launch the biggest projectile she could make. Outside her, Cedric and I begin to imagine just how much burn this would be for her. All I could imagine was a hazy vision of Alco being after her. And she knew she would not. After Alco had exhausted her very best in order to save him, that girl would not stay her hand. I also let Alco look was if Alco's killed Butcher Rose pavement. So,
20メートルぐらい離れてて。準備に手間取るけど、その卵の表面が茹で上がるまでには終わらせるから。
saying that this is the only path.
待ってくれ。俺を逃がすって言うけど、それに意味はあるのか、青崎。
ないけど、外に出られたところでアリスから逃げ切れるとは思えないし。けど、これぐらいは最後の意地よ。守るって言ったんだから、できるところまでやらないと。
As where and Sotro saw Alco in a new light. Fighting for his sake, for his pride.
そうだったな。けど、それなら俺だけ逃がすのはらしくないぞ。
何よ。いいから離れてて。
Not dying, Alco. Alco eased off just a felt how an hour ago he had gone the better of her.
青崎、まだ意地を張れるんなら他のことをやろう。このお化けみたいな鉄柵を壊せるなら他に壊すべきものがあるはずだ。
ないわよ。悪いけど、私は目に見えるものしか壊せないの。最後まで形のない希望にすがるとか考えるのも寒気がする。いい？今はフラットスナークなんかよりこの壁を壊してあんたを足抜けさせるのが私の現実。私に負える最大限の責任って。
逃げるのか。
Alco was just about to turn back on him, and Sotro clutched. Words caused something inside of her to boil with rage. It was as though someone had set her heart on fire. Surprise that pricked open her true feelings and disappointment she felt toward herself thawed her frozen.
誰が逃げるのはそっちで、逃がしてあげるのはこっちだって言うのよ。甘く見ないで。いざとなったら遊園地ごと爆破してみせるわ。
そうか。ならここで俺を逃がすのは無駄だな。
Okay.
その気迫は本命のために取っておこう。それまでは俺も手伝うから。
He's such a good boy!
は？手伝う？それこそ無駄な気遣いよ。頭きた。いいから逃げろバカ。大体走り詰めで息も絶え絶えなやつなんか使えないわよ。
そりゃいい加減ヘトヘトだけど、そういう青崎なんか疲れ以上に傷の方が傷んでるだろ。
Mention injured her back now couldn't you gone about. Even now she could ignore the pain the automaton had. Fire and Mill, she managed to push it out of her mind.
ほら、魔術とか抜きにすればまだ俺の方がマシじゃないか。入り口までおぶっていくことぐらいならなんとか。
できないことは口にしないで。もういいから言って。慣れているもの、私は。でもあなたは違う。こういうの初めてでしょ。だからいいの。
The fact that they were a team, the fact that she was home after all of this, the irony was lost on her as she said these words. Didn't matter anymore. Still, Sotro didn't let go of her hand. She gripped it even harder. The expression was the same as ever. Found trying to figure out if he was in step with her.
確かにこういうのは初めてだ。けど山じゃ危険な目ぐらい合ってる。 鹿に襲われたことだってあるんだぞ、俺は。
City girl, she had no idea what it meant to be attacked here, but his determination was apparent enough. Now he had maintained his composure at all. Barely able to talk through such. Growing up deep in the mountains, far from civilization, I talked calm in the face.
だから信じてくれ。少しでいいから。
And unadulterated. Line him. In fact, he was too honest, so it found it hard to believe. Go that far. But Alco had no future. Passing this in time to escape, why does boy still offer to help a person like her?
わからない。どうしてそこまでするの？私に付き合えばあなたは死ぬのよ。これが最後だからちゃんと考えてよね。あなたはここで逃げるべきよ。
それはわかるよ。でも行かない。
Global Insight and Sojo demanded a round of applause.
そうすると、青崎が死んでしまいそうだ。
Hers were as irrational as always.
だからどうしてそこまでするのよ、あんたは。
Yelling out of frustration. Thinking for a moment, Sojo
それ
replied.
は君が好きだからだろ。
They seemed to ask why she would even question himself. Pause no more than 2 seconds. Bryce's attack had stopped Alco in her tracks. Alice was not the only one who had an ace up her sleeve. That line reached deeper even than Flat Snark could ever hope to. All Alco responded with was an exasperation of pure shock. Simple, stubborn reason. Strongest kind on earth. But Suzuki was indeed incomprehensible to be able to work unconditionally with someone who was trying to kill him. She felt as though she'd finally grasped a sliver of his true nature. But beyond the other sense of him was correct, as vexing as it was to her to admit.
バカね。私はあなたのこと嫌いなのに。
Look at that face! Look at that face! He laughed at her sour abruptly. At this point, he was used to her insults. The clash of wills ended here. Akko's blood ran hot from her blazing heart. Gonna make a face like that, all she could do was try to think of a way to get them both home.
私だって逃げっぱなしは性に合わないし。いいわよ。最後まで粘ってみる。それにしずきくんが付き合ってくれるなら、何かの役には立つでしょ。
Her tone and line, there was still hesitation in her eyes. Natural, how good how to begin to fight the Snark. The older changed, or there might have been some way.
我ながら情けない。せめて正体を暴く手がかりでもあればいいんだけど。
Consciously, she let her apprehension go. Pointless. Figured it out by herself, but
ん？なんだ？正体さえ分かればいいのか？
I could give him a look as if to ask what that was supposed to mean.
いや、だからおかしなものはどれかってことだろ。
She also made a face that suggested she should have brought it up sooner.
わかるのあんた。
多分。いや、結構前から気になっていたんだけど。
You're quietly supposed to be over.
あ、
Certainly unexpected, and equally obvious. Big, she knew right away she had an inkling of Flat Snark's original form, namely. For 10 minutes. Deliberating the Snark's two form and figuring out a plan to attack, to exchange nods and accept.
それじゃあここからは別行動ね。でもミラーハウスの時みたいなのは勘弁してよ。この作戦の肝はあなたなんだから。開始1分でドジったら本当に打つ手なしだからね。
Don't forget the aggro. You go to the store, don't forget the aggro, Sojiro. Jabbed him his previous failures as decoy. Voice was bright. Figure returned to her at Sojiro's discovery of the truth. You know, Sojiro was also getting serious in his own way. Turning to heart.
ならいいけど、いい？さっきと立場は反対よ。失敗したら死ぬのは私じゃなくてそっち。もうフォローに回れないから、できるだけ慎重にね。
分かってる。今更ながら、やっぱりさっき逃がしてもらえばよかったと思うぐらい慎重だ。
Nodded, telling her to leave it to him. Sounded like he was holding grudge. It seemed to him to be the only one. Let aside defeat. Once more, she couldn't figure him out.
ほんと、大バカなんだか大物なんだか。で
Maybe
も
both.
期待してるわ、しずきくん。
Said that she believed. Apparently, that was too embarrassing for her. Ran away from Sojiro and began to run. I think that maybe this change of pace was not so bad after all. So ended the intermission. Young cast members were handed their new lines. Whatever happened next, the head of witches had at long last entered its.
別行動？あの二人が。
A little foreboding at the robin. They had gone in opposite directions. Sparks was set off after the boy witnessed. It would take him mere minutes to capture him, so
どういうこと？追いかけているのは本当に彼？青子が変装しているのではなく。
things stripping away any doubt. He had seen them with its own two eyes, Alco saying Plaza, with the cocky brows making it.
青子が彼を見捨てたですって。そんな簡単なことならいいけど。ダンプティは彼に張り付いているの？
Sarcastically. Didn't know about the other birds with its superior because he moved to a high.
ダンプティはなんて？最後まで歌わせろ。こんな褒め殺したい間抜けはまたとない。ですって。
Crash jumped was the ticking time bomb that would drop to detonate the moment its target averted its gaze. That is, as long as its target continued to observe him. In a way, he was gentlemanly ploy kickshot. As long as you look at the bomb, it can never explode. What a nice guy. Though Alice wished he would forego such niceties when in battle.
そうね。視線を切らないだけではダンプティからは逃げられない。表面の詩が完成すれば扉が開く。彼がどこまで逃げようと、あと少しでダンプティが閉まってくれるわ。
Park, or rather Snuggles destroyed, Sujiro would not be able to escape. Larger concern with Alco. Alco had promised to protect the boy, which begged the question, where was she running to?
ここにいる限り、青子の動向はつかめない。
Got out of the park, he joined Brahma's attempts to get attention with its Cluster could nearly reach its full size. Beat a beast compared to the other cheap boys. It was one of the three most irreplaceable and precious familiars.
そうね。任せたわスナーク。青子が諦めない以上、あなたも手は抜かないで。
I mean, where she was. The historical merit is the troll under the bridge and the poison clawed reptile. Last Snark was on Alice's ultimate. Placing your trust in his reputation.
でも忘れないで。これはゲームよ。勝敗がついたのなら、私のところに帰ってきて。
Game of yourself. Fog ignored. Alice had misread. Last Ark was a king, even among other ploys of terrible, vulgar and that to the defeated, gruesome tragedy to the vanquished. Found no pleasure unless it brought about dramatic ruination of life and wealth. Fog billowed like wicked. For only a king had the right to decide the fate of Snark's greed could not be continued. Thus, he having the slightest intent to play fair despite its master. What an asshole. We're 100 feet high. Time the figure made its way gingerly up the track, which was part of the amusement park. It is being chest and the pounding of his breath. Tiny movements were an obstacle to his progress. Iron higher was Sojiro Suzuki. Our belly saw the horde of bird creatures hungry by the lower coaster. Good ma'am. As they bustled this way and that, their numbers by the minute, seeing Count Sojiro with raised arms as he made his. Or they jeered as if beckoning him to come down.
助かった。あれ、高いところは苦手なんだ。
Of course, he needed Sojiro, but his current state was a lesser to eat. Follow them now was the floating egg. Sojiro bent forward a bit and climbed the climb toward the heavens. You know? Skyscraper would be on the 16th floor. Strongest of air. Means that instinctual fear of heights. For a place like this, which called for falling to one's death, could cause a person. His instinct that forewarned death urging its master to return to reasonable reaction. Facts from beyond funny stories and into the realm of fantasy. Strong winds and change. Instinct screamed at him to stop, causing his lips to go nuts. Mind to race. Tied to a lifeline, a mere 15 feet climbing would still cause his thoughts to freeze out in sheer terror. Here, exponentially, but increased sort of load on both his mind and his body by another degree.
よし。頂上まであと少し。
Burn on his mind, notwithstanding, carefully measured his body with every step. The luggage to carry him running this far threatened to buckle the bolt hard. He was lucky by Alco had expressed that Sojiro's role was more dangerous than hers.
待てよ。逆を言うと、疲れてなければなんとかなると思ってたんだよな、青崎は。
He laughed as he stared at the floating. Reflected on the course of events that led to some. 10 minutes ago, they had been engaged in conversation.
じゃあ次ね。正体が分かった以上、あとはどう壊すかを話し合いましょう。
Felt a shudder Sojiro felt the shudder travel down his spine. Alco's small grin. I'd said Alco had been more happy at this point. Absurd.
どう壊すかって、それなら。
Loud from what he Alco had enough firepower to defense. He'd refrained from speculating about flat stocks. About it, even things changed. For Alco, the impossible, literally within her grasp.
そうでもないわ。私の目算だと、あと50メートル分、ギリギリで届かない。
Fairfield Soldier's eyes. Put the hand to a long carry with him. Fingertip. Being tough with it.
足りない分は努力と根性ってね。あなたはできるだけ高いところまで逃げて。頃合いを見て合図を出すから。そうしたらこれを空に放ってくれる？
On her gaze, she did not really mean to leave it up to Sojiro to pick the highest place he could find. She was staring conspicuously at one of the amusement park's two main attractions, the roller coaster.
つまり、青崎とは別行動をとって、あの怪物たちに追われながら、高いところに逃げ込めと。
そういうこと。ほら、あのうねうね動き出してるコースターのレールとか、よくない？
Face of His moon wants to kill you. There are two demons in this bar. What's that gonna be? Her smile made even Sojiro's sprawl that was far from perfect.
疑いたくはないんだが、本当はあの子とグルで俺を遠回しに殺そうとしてるんじゃないか。
あら、私に殺されるのならいいんでしょ
Adorable.
人の出現を悪用するのは良くないと思う。
Todorohanga said, not saying. She asked, she said he would die from exhaustion before Kitsy had a chance to eat him.
私だって鬼じゃないわ。ほら、こっち向いて。おまじないかけてあげる。
Lightest of touches. For their breath and skin to come.
Oh.
One of them is rather mundane nature. And spinning in good ambush.
軽く、弱く、うまく、早く。チクタクチクタク。急げや急げ。
By normal larynx, words were given colors have been the color of her name. Exhausted body and burning blood gently.
飛ぶ、泳ぐ、駆け抜ける。チクタクチクタク、汽笛を鳴らせ。星はいつでも北の空。どこまでも、いつまでも。
Reality took but a few seconds. Then contact and felt.
よし、暗示成功。成功したはず。ここまで手応えがあったの初めてだし。
First time that how we troubled that spell earlier in the story. Now I get to use it.
アリスの小言もたまには役に立つじゃない。
A very merry Alco stood aside, a very confused. Guess what the heck had occurred? She responded.
簡単な暗示よ。一時的に恐怖心を消しておいたから、高いところに登っても平気なはず。あの手の作業で一番足を引っ張るのは同様でしょ。恐怖も何も感じなければ、地上何メートルだろうと平均台とそう変わらないってわけ。
To get it. It actually all sounded like Greek to Sojiro, but he accepted it as an explanation for her strange actions.
やっと着いた。
Arrived at the summit of the track. 200 feet high, Sojiro had a bird's eye view of the entire amusement park. Caught Ako's figure right away. Plaza's not so far from here. She seemed to be occupied with something. Redmond were still busy trying to figure out how to read Sojiro by trial and error from the walk. Get away now.
汗をかくはずだ。こんなに移動したのか。
Booked it. Strong winter gales quickly dried the sweat of his brow, but he was drenched underneath his shirt. Those were at least a half-mile run, not to mention all the scares he had experienced during the night.
でもよかった。あとは合図を待つだけだ。
Chief, not the thought of Alka destroying the Snark in this nightmare park. Happy he could pay a bit of his debt from the House of Mirrors. Blow rolls from the plaza where Alka was located.
合図だ。
Top tracks, pulled out the pouch he had stowed in his pocket, tossed it forward. Regard for his questionable footing, gave it a mighty overarm pitch. The pouch drew a parabolic curve in Alka's direction, becoming untied in midair. Helicopters. Inside the bag was a lock of her hair and a small stone wing.
高いところから風に乗せてくれれば、あとは何とかするから。
But Sojiro's effort that had set the plan in motion. A tuft of hair remained airborne, drifting as watching over its owner. His job was done. He was concerned about the egg hovering over him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sojiro breathed a sigh of relief and leaned forward to watch the rest of the pull, but then,
むむ。
over his eye, I spotted something familiar approaching Alka. How many breads you've blown?
セット。 ディレクト1層2層予備に3層魔力提供体現に固定循環よし射角よし術式安定大まかよし
Fire began to carve itself on casting with an patient unprecedented. The rising tension contained within her chest, the fledgling mage snapped her fingers.
決めたツアープランスターマイン
She kneeled at the center of the formula and raised her head to the night sky. A glimpse of the transmogrified fantasy land around her entered her vision. One thing, untouchable thing, was reflected in her eyes.
実はずっと気になっていたことが
How the conversation started a few minutes prior. It began with a simple statement of fact. Truth really was the simplest of discrepancies. The reality of an hour ago, an illusion of the present was born infinitesimal and infinite.
雲があったから勘違いしたんだろうけど
Hiding in plain sight. Too impossible to be real, too outlandish to be here. Park where every paradigm had shifted, something was brazenly flaunting its normalcy.
今夜は新月なんだ青崎
Boon.
思えば初めっからその形だったものねあんたは
Distance from Earth to the Moon was 238,900 miles. The actual moon and the sponsor indeed lived up to the expectation. Distance that vast, there would have been no need to hide. One for all to see. If it had hide its true form, that meant it was vulnerable. Monster's camouflage implied that it sat within the reach of human hands.
こっちの最大射程はよくて600ってところだけど
And time to give it all she had. Bring on the energy surging throughout the park, she extended her firing arm. Firework launched in the air. With her hair dancing in the wind above, Alka reached out her right hand as if to catch the night sky. Her own body made for the perfect catalyst. Female mage, the hair she'd grown out over many years, made for a valuable and powerful source. All she had to do was apply her will. She locked the fingers on both her hands together and shouted.
三層展開全術式連結起動
Hurled forth a clear challenge to bind the moon to her. And a whirl about in a vortex. Monster high above bored its fangs to the sight of a blue spell that appeared in midair.
見抜かれたですって
At time Alice noticed the change, the hostility between Alko and the Snark was palpable.
そうなら青子の勝ちよすぐに戻りなさい確かに雨雲を消したのはヒントの上げすぎだけどそれぐらいは多めに見てスナーク
No, Alice for shooting the moon! Fog continued thick with no sign of abating. The moon and flow in the night sky could not pardon such an insolent mage. That the Lord of the Night would bow down to such impudence. No staying its wrath at a challenge so flagrant.
スナーク
Robin swooped in to give his report, but Alice waved it away. Her gaze was fixed on the transforming golden moon. Her calls of restraint did not reach it. Oh my god. This fairy tale monster was beholden to nobody and would have no qualms leeching its vast might upon his. Over magic bullet howled. Magic circuits within her body spun. Alka fed the magical supply, scorching her nerves with imaginary flame. It was linked to the formulae inscribed on the ground. It was right and executed the same as it always was, but its output was beyond reckoning. Firepower, even this mundane process would invite injury upon its caster. It is a very long set of chapters. It was enough to burn up the nerves that were acting as a barrel.
でもいける
This is end of Act 1 length. Imaginary heat had reached a terrifying temperature. tremble at this endless feeling, but would have to grin and bear it lest their efforts come to naught. 4 hours. It's two parts. It's 2 parts. Night of Witches 1, Night of Witches 2. Alga could no longer move. When she learned the Snark's true form from Sojiro, she gave up on any superiority Bird offered and set off to become a stationary cannon. It's the only way to reach it. It's impossible to hunt the Stark unless she anchored her crest to the location named. At the same time, this action revealed that she was out of options. But she would have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Take a deep breath. This is preparations were complete. She'd be able to deliver this maelstrom magical energy direct rocket payload. The third mid-air layer served as the cannon's muzzle and sight. Fire the magical energy once it reached criticality, hold out could adjust the angle of fire. Warp within her scope. Ah, fucking flash. First, her magical energy deployed its golden form as if to mock her. Worship the heavens, powerless scion of an innocent bloodline. For there was a point among the otherworldly sky, a mystical visage obfuscated by jade mists and azure clouds. While the greatest treasure known to the world of magecraft, the rarity more valuable than the entire kingdom. Crown Phantasm. Set apart from the first, the world's greatest fabrication. Dream her to delay no further. Fucking skull. The moon is its eye. Fairy tale monster is the greatest of its kind, and it was about to expose its true form. Still, he made it clear that it was ready to counterattack. Beat it down first. The energy was at 80%. The formula was operating normally. All was off the trigger, but calm voice inside her asked if that was really okay. One shot at this, and there's no going back. About her precision with no room for miscalculations. Just fucking see it in the distance, dude. Holy shit. It is so striking. A 1/10 of a second of his tails. Ready for the pain? Was she ready to deal with the fallout if she missed? Did she even really take down the moon with such a tiny bullet in the first place? Thank you, Elk. Her eyes fixed upon the moon were filled with determination. The moment she fired, the intense recoil would entire body, though she shouted. Advanced the spirit she possessed, she fired an ultra-long-range projectile into the sky. Oh yeah. Third layer. Who the fuck is playing country music outside right now? What the fuck? The third layer embraced the magic bullet fired from the surface of the earth. Pressing extension of Akko's self unleashed light to pierce the moon. However, enormous blue canopy pulverized the beam. Turned the aether that 3,000-degree flames if nothing came in contact with the bullet. That's fucking country music. Recall the Grand Magecraft literally boiled her blood. Body couldn't handle it. Heart stopped. Her brain went numb from the pain and impact. Nerves putrefied from end to end. Her magic crest survived them all by force. Her vision had gone white, she could still see it. Following the blood in her mouth, Alco looked up with a scowl. Was an enormous shield of ice and sneering, deformed skull.
撃つのが遅すぎた。それとも早すぎた。盾を作られる前に撃てばよかった。それとも正面からじゃ無謀すぎた。どっちでもいい。一層、二層、再起動。急いで。
Time to think or hesitate. Let's do it again. Magical energy throughout the park began to gather. Melt across from the tyrannical face of the moon. Intimidated that the ice had yet to fully form, Black Arc still hadn't reached its full strength. Exactly why.
まずい、まずい、まずい、まずい。
Throwing a spell out could damage her own body. From linking the formula to the star caused intense pain. Ethan endured. Because
あの氷、私のマックスよりもっと上だ。
found to read on her relative strengths. If its volume of magical energy was identical, Snark's form, its mystic scale was in a different. Alka could charge her energy to her absolute limit, and that would barely make a dent in the ice wall. And her own annihilation, Snark gathered as much as she could.
ならその前に。
Shot. The orders to the floating third layer. Until in her body she began to accelerate the first layer formula. Roll of her right hand single layer was to absorb and store surrounding magical energy. Thick fog that drifted through the park was an ancient ether spewed out by Flat Snark's own body that Aqua comported into her own formula. Aqua's body, which integrated with the formula, took on an amount of magical energy that far surpassed the maximum capacity. It seethed in agony. Rather trembled under light. For a mage, magical energy was a propellant to reach the realm of mystics. Expansion of eternal time. Creation of the self. Release from the physical. They were all what one might call a near-death experience. The presence of what lay beyond Alco's stood form, firm and face reality. Will reality come to break her will? That between them was painful, plain to any observer. The umbrella named Alco Ozaki. Chance to chip away at the lump of ice. Sorry, this fell further. Skull grinned. That ice was no shield as a hammer to crush mages to another place. Moon laughed as he prepared to crush not just Alco, but the boy atop the roller coaster to close the park in its entirety. Circus was on the verge of going critical. Her body had been charged with scorching power supplied from her fingertips to her eyeballs. She could see the bullet line. She would arrange the magecraft formula as quickly as her nerves transmission speed would allow. A single attack was on. No way to shoot it from its flank.
Select. Alternate.
Third layer began to transfer. Switched from direct to alternating. Suppose the strong points to adjust the trajectory mid-flight. Right now, all she wanted was numbers.
Set. Octagram. 全回走。ぶん回せ。
Blue sun shined down upon the amusement park. Beams of light of max output streaked forth to pierce the golden. Pulling down the trigger, she continued to fire, taking energy in infinitum. The flame shot forth a critical level. The ice would either melt no more. No amount of sheer heat could make a dent in something foreign for such a colossal amount of magical energy. Circuit blood began to run free. battle became a tussle over the magical energy that filled the park. At the very beginning, this had been the Snark's home turf. Snark had control over at least 80% of the space, while Alka had 20% at best. Castle lights descended as if to call the match. She was delay the inevitable. And she'd been backed into a wall, and right now the only thing she could keep firing. Not an option. Over magical entry to defense, there was a tiny chance, a great possibility, in fact, that she could save just a. Clinging to that broken hope, Alpha continued to rotate her circuits. Times needed to stop at this magical energy overdose. A second of intense pain lasted an eternity. Everything. Dark shadows. Head to toe. No longer the ice overhead. Stillness, the Red Death grew closer, step by ominous step. Seconds in her mind began to rupture out of terror. Composition of her formula soul began to rip apart. It was just behind. Came to a halt. Frowned and cupped her face in split. Out with all her might. That matters, I couldn't care less. Run or don't run, it doesn't matter. Hiding, reveal yourself. And show no mercy. Final card to play. Miracle been gifted to her almost as a joke. Ice looked like child's play. That was what the red. It was spell ruin. Not using would mean death by ice. There are no conditions. Price to pay for his power. All. Areas of gray. Electrical impulses disconnected the brain every minute. Forever, not even oneself. Worthy of this. Remarkably worthy. Skeptral snout was rage. Bewilderment from the red silhouette. Found an audible scream. Could magic really be her savior? An opportunistic gloater. Well, to begin with. Indeed, Alka was still in the dark when it came to the magic. But for momentary hallucination, her illusion for breaking her soul had shown her. Finding had been the opposite effect on her. Pride was now ablaze. Pride, her opponent had put her in check, but she had done the same to it. It's clear what she was losing, so now all she needed was a counterplan. Abilities. God, she was not one to give up without giving it. Sono-G is just like, I literally out of his hands. Her numb fingers clenched into a tight fist. Betting against the house, an unreasonable gamble should have made her question her sanity. First step was off by an inch, her body would be instantly vaporized. But boy who never fled. You have a steadfast courage that could shine and slay no matter how small through any desperate situation. More than just herself to be concerned about. That ice fell mean the destruction of the park in its entirety. Everything he had achieved, everything he had risked and dared, and happily put his life on the line for would be.
本当。それじゃあ何のために意地を張ったかわからない。
Determination and confidence surged through her like electricity. She was in no mood to be crushed by a giant sheet of ice. If she was going to lose, she'd rather do it in the as the grandest firework possible. Alka was a sort of concern. At this point, she'd rather burn herself to cinders and light her end. Grunted in pain. Energy raged through her body. Her circus on the verge of disintegration. Inscribed upon her body, her magic crest was magecraft in physical form. Now, however, stopped with simply skin. Flesh had rolled into the very marrow of her bone. Playful smile graced her lips. Her sense of reason had been turned upside down by the pain. Fully natural. She had to praise her own body for holding out so long while pushed beyond its limits. Full-face noticed the abnormality. Finally recognized the challenge for dominance over the space. It laughed the conceited face. I didn't expect a magician to challenge the great flat snark, lord of vessels over such an age of decline. Try to catch your breath. Brace yourself for the coming pain. I'm gonna smash that ice to pieces. Both had access to the same amount of magical energy. One of them was greatly outmatched, but...
出力装置に差があった。魔力の吸引、方針の規模で負けているのなら、単純な話、私をでかくするだけでいい。
It's gonna go even bigger!
チェンジ、ツアープラン。
This moves the description of a piece of It will run! It will pull out all the tricks! The feedback would go beyond anything she had experienced to date. But simply her decision would be beyond recklessness. She expanded both formulae to maximum size. The first layer transformed into a giant vortex swallowing up the mist. The second layer processed it from one end and pumped it into her, the barrel.
私の想定が甘かった。撃ち落とすなんて半端もいいとこ。この場合、跡形もなく打ち砕くった。
Primeval power answered the spellcaster's conviction. It formed the pattern of a writhing serpent. Voiceless magical power flew a banner of revolution. Now look upon the earth, O venerable one. See now this pioneer, this first among trailblazers. He embodies a species that knows no fear, that renders not all manner of mystic and tradition.
確かにはここまでよ。嘘つきブーチャム。お望み通り、のしをつけて返してあげる。
Our newest magician commands the principles of consumption and extinction. A barren boil of light melted through the castle of ice. The barrel held fast. Control of the magical energy was divine. 100,000 miles of veins equal to 2.5 times the circumference of the earth hungrily drank in the magical energy. Subsequent magical strike hurled straight to the moon. Oh! Death rose from the moon's surface. And cry of indignant terror echoed through the abandoned park. Reality was burned into the eyes of this creature of fantasy. Naoko, its vain struggle was the taste of victory. Victory despite her absolute reckless use of magical energy. The energy scales have been tipped to their breaking point, but nevertheless in her
ス
favor.
ワープランブラックライトスターボ一気にぶち抜け
Holy shit. Shatter, 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 shatter. Skyscraper shattered into atomized dust. The island, its unattainability extolled, had swallowed whole despair of its many challengers. Long had it proudly looted mankind's intellect. Shoot the moon! Now Azure Mist bemoaned its sky, the ice canopy crumbled. Snark hunting bullet jumped over the moon. Its throes of death sounded like the roaring sea reverberating across this fairy tale land. Battle was over. Thick fog dissipated and the shattered ice melted away before it even hit the ground. As the bullet unseated the Night King from his throne, affording him no time to grieve his life. The oil of the moon, untouched. Again with its resurrection and trying to close. He did say the only way Alka could beat her was with her sheer magical power.
さすがに無茶だわ
On her back, Alka looked at the sky, perfectly still, not being able to move his. Her whole body screamed out in agony. Empty of magical energy, the magic crest had come to a halt. Estimated they would likely require a whole day to recover all. That moment was taking breath. Bess was swallowing with pride. She got toe to toe with the fairy tale monster and emerged victorious. Favored her, it was true, but there was no denying that Alka had come a long way in the last.
それはそれとしてアリスには謝っとかないとプロ言って壊したらそれっきりだものね
And returned to insanely rare items, so invaluable that it would have been possible to price it for auction at the. Alka sent Alice's priceless artifact to Oblivion. Woman. He has to say things that got more than a little out of it.
まあでも
They both agreed to the fight, so Alice probably would not complain. If she was furious, she would never be so undignified as to show it. Like an hour collapsed, her fatigue finally caught up with her. Everything in her power to fight off the overwhelming drowsiness. Final internal injuries, her body was miraculously unscathed. I felt like she could probably stand up and dust herself off after a bit. The full moon continued to burn in the night sky.
正体は油だものねそりゃいつまでも燃え
Alka's blue eyes went wide in astonishment. She was still unable to lift a finger.
スナークを見つけたベイカーも最後は一緒に消えるんだっけ
Uh-oh. The one last fuck you. He sighed in resignation. Looks like their final stand left her with only 10 seconds before she. For a moment prior, by strong winds atop the roller coasters, Sojo gravely peered down at the ground.
ムム
This was a single murmur. Yako on top was drawing on the ground, then
なんだあれいくらなんでも頑丈すぎないか
distance, familiar in the direction of the House of Mirrors. Job to throw out her. It was complete. Not the most impressive of tasks is absolutely matter. Seriously, Ryan, something happened. Stop it all off. Just think about how he was going to get back to the ground and was making it. Thinks there's more enough trouble for one day.
いやでも
Here's the other perspective. Closer as he stood atop the swaying bridge. Will suddenly appear in the sky above. Around, you can see a circling blue light with Aoko Ozaki in the middle. More thing. Angle only Sojo could see, a shadow stalked Aoko as she challenged the moon. It was shaped like a... This fucking doll! It was shaped like a person missing the lower half of its body. This embodied torso slowly clawed its way toward Aoko. Lower 600 feet apart. Rush for Aoko, she completely approaching from behind.
遠くて見えないけどあれは
For what it was now. There's only one thing in the park that would chase Aoko and not him. Up it.
いやでもほらあるいはひょっとしてただの偶然ではないだろうか
I ran circles. Perfectly reasonable reaction. If in reality you might have had left the long lost Aoko started firing beams of light at the monstrous moon. Monstrous fire buffeted the roller coaster like a storm. Staying on it was almost enough for him to be thrown off and killed. Sojo couldn't fathom the situation. Back to the entrance. Or not go about. Right. No way he would make it in time and to make the port of red down there waiting for him. He said out closer to prepare the puppet. Closer she was. Not seem like there was any help. Beyond that, Aoko's the only in particular self. Home was never as safe as the one thought. Here as it had been in the mountains. But he was always no exception. As risky as the ascent had been, it would be more dangerous to go back down. I'd be worrying about others. I am the only 100 feet.
大丈夫それは分かっているけど
That was pounding. Reckless and stupid. Raised in the mountains, he was more sensitive to danger. And just thinking about it was about to do made his throat seize him. There's the one thing you can say for sure.
青崎のことだあれに絶対気づいていない
A boy! With a sobbing shout, Sojo started making his way down the 200-foot frame of the roller coaster. His race toward death accelerated. He never meant to speed up, but the downward slope propelled him forward. Too late for regrets. Now he was running, and the choice was to go even faster. Time was not on his side. He would never make it down if he took the long way down. Never mind the Breadman crying the exit of the roller coaster. Block the outcome would be the same where he went slowly or quickly. That's what was futile. Sojo cleared the doubts from his mind. Turned his attention to what he could do. He was trying to drive at the bottom as quickly as he could. Yeah, no, it just... Sono-G is also doing something cool. Also, holy shit, the scale.
間違えるな今大事なのは間に合うとか助けられるとかそういう結果の話じゃなくて
You know, idea what impulse of having stiff limbs. Focus on the moment, pushing past the fear and cold logic. As Corey is the kind of person to deal with problems head on. No time to think about the consequences. But hesitation was not his only
こ
obstacle.
んな時に
An egg. Possible hindrance appeared in a time when not focusing on chakra means death. Sensed something wrong with the egg. Studiously. Okay. Changed. The very moment you realized it.
よそ見してる場合じゃない
Stumbled, then instinctively caught himself. Miracle he had not fallen. And roller coaster was an act of suicide. Egg stayed right by his side, so close as like he collided with him. Trying not to look at it, he could not help but feel uneasy with the door. Versus Rod's situation, yet he refused to slow down, turning it faster, glaring at the egg on his side. Sojo was baffled to find that he was smiling. Perhaps that had something to do with Aqua's charm. Sojo could not tell one way or the other. Still feel Aqua's fingertip. Perhaps the expectation she had placed in him was etched in his heart. But spurring on was something entirely different. This all stemmed from a much deeper problem. Something inside they can understand at the time, but eventually come to terms with one day. Back of death. But, that without saying, there's this between himself and the one thing that could save his life. Told himself he was going to do it over and over like a mantra. Not believe himself. What he was about to do was incredibly stupid. 5 meters is 5 feet. Don't worry about it. The Martians. But stupid and smart is not an option. Amidst it all, he laughed out pointless. The self-reflection was now. Temporary confusion and psychological thrill lied both had laid his soul bare. Really mattered in life? The question was simple. Primitive values did not crave success or reward. All he wanted was live the way he wanted. It was an obligation to people around him. Desire to live his way was his and his alone. The egg had been equipped with a vocal function, it would have gasped in shock at what happened next. The boy who had not only tried to escape at this point suddenly shifted his weight, pointing his feet outward instead of inward. On the edge of one rear, he crushed ever so slightly to maintain momentum and grazed at the gates of the floating egg. He soared through the night sky. It was a flight that lasted a mere 1.5 seconds. A cordless bungee jump from 100 feet above the ground. Insane man! His destination? The only thing that would stop his fall, the giant flying egg. Shrieked this time out of elation as he desperately clung to the egg's surface. Just earlier, Blood Witch had told him that without fear, the top of the building would feel no different than the balance beam. This was the same witch that had been left speechless had she witnessed the spectacle. It's one thing to be fearless in order to be reckless. What did next would give her a headache for the days to come. Yeah, that egg is huge! Clinging to the egg, he shifted his gaze away from it. Felt the rapid descent. I guess it really was just a huge ass bomb. Sojo focused half-shut eyes on the ground, left off the egg. Once they were a few feet off the ground, they turned back to it, careful to re-establish eye contact. Something so unbelievable. Though to Sojo, the elevator at the apartment told the mysterious floating egg were both just moving objects, virtually indistinguishable from one another. Egg-evator. Land near the plaza. Torque that was cost of his life had paid off. Stopped running the second his feet touched the ground. A little bit after, Alka was the only thing on his mind. Ain't no mind to the moonlight and night sky. Nor did the egg, which was furious about being used and seconds away from self-destructing plastic fragments all over the place. Alka's dumbfounded expression spurred Sojo on. The curse was complete. The egg began to sing its warning to let them know there was no escape. Traveling for the egg exploded through the air. The ode to Queen Alice that Alice had engraved in the dumpty quickly robbed him of his senses.
それはそれとして
He snapped back to the task at hand and ran to Alco, still lying on the ground. His legs moved as if they had a mind of their own. Couldn't have stopped them anyway. Heal them.
お前驚くほどしつこいぞ
Fuck yeah. Let's go, Sono-G! Scrambled murder case. Palace of rubble became flowers of light blooming. Final curtain drew close and defeated the battleground. Had Alice Kouandji seen it happen, she would have been beside herself. The two had escaped by a hair's breadth. What is Alice? The person in a position to witness their rare mutual destruction was the girl who had been saved from it. The boy who never stopped running paid it no mind. This is intense! This is a hell of an act finish. Just like you assume, it's like, okay, yeah, Alice is like, yeah, okay, I'll go shoot the moon. Everything's gonna go fine. It's gonna go back to normal. No, it's not. No, it's not over yet. Safety of the girl in his arms meant infinitely more to him than the miraculous way in which he saved her. Sono-G gets to be extremely reckless and cool. The moon did not wait for dawn to set. The texture of the fairy tale kingdom faded away. All the illusions returned to the way. Ostentatious chords reverberating through the street, puppets welcoming their guests. Park, peace and quiet reigned once more over forgotten kingdom. Embers of park. Together they watched it disappear. The evidence put her away on the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Fleming had numbed his pain. He was understandably exhausted after all. Looked like he'd been blown away by the lights of breeze. Naka was also exhausted, and she was still in better shape. Taking deep, even breaths, she was already working her way.
あのさ
Sojo did differently as a theatrical in nature. She wanted to look to him as he spoke, but her pride was simply too great.
あなたなんかすごいことしなかった
Something wild. When she accepted death, since it seemed like an eternity, she found herself in shock at how indifferent she had been as the stars rained down from the moon. Her issuing voice that snapped her back to reality. What wrong things had he done to pull it off? He had no answer for these questions, lying on the ground as she was. But she noticed he had more than enough paid for the failure in the House of Mirrors and then some in the final moments. She trusted him, hoping to find answers, but she found herself unable to probe. And deeper would feel like defeat, which is why he was so unlike her to ask in the first. I want to know more, but I'm Aoko Ozaki, so I can't. Looking for her, Sojo had the capacity and her sensitivity to understand how egocentric she was being.
すごいってそれは青崎の方だろ
They're between. It's taking so much effort just to breathe they cannot address her. Watch him out of the corner of her eye. Back on it, the boy had performed the same role each time. And every time he did what he could in spite of his recklessness. Far more admirable than her nearly suicidal tactics, he did defeat her opponent. And I even recognize how extraordinary his last act of courage was.
提案。あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
And he did help kill that thing! He did fulfill the promise in the end. Really? He had the courage to keep trying whatever he could. Spectator might have viewed him as a supporting actor. His actions were not exactly memorable. The lead actress he supported did not see it that way.
まあね、認めたくないし、口になってもっとしたくないけど。
Third actors were waiting for an important role. Yeah, really pulled off the impossible. Anything that she wanted to shout it out as possibly could for all the world to hear.
青崎？
ほんと、人畜無害もどうすぎると侮れないわ。
So great. All I could do was sigh. Not. He was first to admit that the way he'd snatched her from the jaws of defeat, Jaw's death was dashing.
評価、甘めだけど。
He told he was a lunatic for doing what he did. She steadied her breathing and composed. She was in bad shape, she still had her pride as a maid to consider. But she felt a need to maintain air dignity.
しずきくん、見逃すのは今日だけって話だったけど、あれ、なしでいいわ。とりあえず、命は助けてあげるから。
He hastily extended her right hand. They had to shake his or help him up. However, Richard did not take her hand but instead stood up on his own. Tonight, despite the sheer insanity he had just experienced, his face did not once look as incredulous as it did now.
何よ、そのリアクションは。
Without the action. He stammered words she might have deeply embarrassed herself. Vigil's gaze was fixed upon Alco. Problem had dawned on Alco. Though she normally hated being stared at, this time she did not mind. Rather, she was enjoying the warmth in his eyes and felt like it was something almost come to appreciate. Yeah, this is about friendship. I didn't mean he only likes you either. Believe me, I see the Sono-G really... And it finally got through her skull. The conversation came rushing back. There's a memory better left forgotten.
いかん、それは違う。
A pout. Pushing Tobiharu's words out of her mind, Alco returned to Sojiro.
それとこれは別だから。私はあんたのこととか、ほんとどうでもいいんだから。
Puzzled, Sojiro tilted his head.
さっき嫌いだって言われたけど。
Incredibly, the sun level's off the chart. He responded matter-of-factly to her stunner declaration. Only pointed that out, and to his face no less. And a mere figure of speech that he was not meant to take literally, but now is not the time to belabor the point.
そうじゃなくて、あなたが私に惚れてても期待しないでって言ってるの。
Yet belabor she did anyway. Akazaki cannot stop digging that hole. Her pride won't let her stop. Ako blushed slightly, realizing how inane she was being. He wondered how she ended up in this position. She knew that she had to get this off her chest. Elzof's polite way for his response. Breakingly painful words were too much for the simple boy to hear. His shoulders slumped as if the world was coming to an end. Or so Alcott had imagined. Contrary, Sojiro was sitting there deep in thought.
俺が青崎に惚れてるって？
Sojiro remembered the words as if they were a magic spell. Got right back with the affirmation. For a moment of deep contemplation, the boy turned to the expectant girl and said,
なんで？
dying soon. He had to be joking, but he was not. He was completely serious. He liked her, but he didn't like her. Of course, the vice president jumped to conclusions. The boy had no interest in romance. He probably didn't even know what that was. He's vibrating. He was incredibly embarrassed by how confused Sojiro had still appeared to be. Her rosy complexion spread their entire body.
もう一度聞くけど、なんで？
そりゃこっちが聞きたいわよ。
And Bardock. Like that, she had lost her cool and given to an unjustifiable outburst. It was time to seal off the area and destroy all evidence. Alko's embarrassment involved the sheer panic and her grudge against Tomimar suddenly manifested as criminal assault. Oh no. He lashed out with a punch that could have taken down a bird mid-flight. More specifically, it was a brutal right hook. Alko blinked. Her blow connected with something solid, snapping her out of reverie. Tipper lashed out at the completely defenseless Sojiro. It had been a splendid blow with all her weight behind it, knocking him out cold. Sojiro groaned, crumpling to the ground. Her punch finished the job that the curse had started. If that were discovered his face, he appeared almost to be asleep. He's fucking dead. He's gone. Alko convinced herself that he was napping, not concussed.
いっか。予定通りになったものね。
No, it wouldn't. Tension in her shoulders eased away as she looked down at Sojiro. Had a gotten her way over the course of the day, but the day was saved for now. With nobody left to butt heads, she felt exhaustion finally overtake her.
うわ。歩いて帰れるかな、私。
And the music's back. Her fatigue was enough to make her complain out loud. Chat. Screaming about milk. She thought about it, she realized this is the first time she used a ball or magical energy, and the first time she had participated out of this skill without prior preparation. So in truth,
私一人じゃどっちも相打ちだったっけ。
proud as she whispered those. Get herself up over, then she simply shrugged her shoulders. Rose, thanks to the person by her side.
ね、聞こえてないわよね。
Night swallowed her voice. Confident she continued in an even quieter voice.
ありがとう。十分に助けてもらったわ。
Of course, there was no response from Sojiro, and she was not expecting. Thanking for the record was enough. She was asleep for a while and then pulled something out of her pocket. The palm-sized glass bottle her roommate had given her, which she opened with a.
でも、それとこれとは別だから。
And where it's cold in the winter chill at night, she called out his name. Barely sensed the bottle moving. The silhouette of the fallen boy appeared to be a blur. She got the feeling that the weight of the bottle increased.
うわ、どうなってんだろうこれ。
Appeared to be a human form completely to be seen inside the glass. Quantities of tools or mystics that confounded even the most knowledgeable of me. Nako tried to analyze with logical reason, she was already out of her depth. Salted well, Alko closed the bottle and watched the boy have some magic. Put her in the jar!
まったく、こんなの手品じゃなくて魔法だって。
She looked into the magical bottle. Now changed significantly. See how it worked once. That way was almost heavier than a human being. As heavy as one would expect if they bottled summer breeze. Well, that did fit her image of Sojiro perfect.
スの言う通り。ほんと私らしくない。
Akko wore a bittersweet smile. Moodiness was gone. It was a dangerous world out there. Good to have someone to keep. Bright chuckle, she flicked the magical ball with her finger and set off walking. Man's gone. The bottle. Fell in the distance, signaling the end of the play. The remote dream gave way to reality. The grand scheme of things could have been but an instant. The actor exited stage left, the last of the lights silent. The long dead amusement park played its final role. Farewell, Kitsy. Like it's you can't just pull up Like a Dog in Comic Sans is the name of the next chapter. What the f- What's in the archive? Yep. And that was these two. What a session! Holy shit. It was both of these. Two for 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hour session. A hell of a session. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was, what a way to end an act. What the fuck? This is... They're big books, yeah. Really chunky ones. Oh my god. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today's session. Got through Act 1. Hell of a finale. We shot the fucking moon. Sono-G ran. Oh, put him in the marathon. He'll win. Oh my god. This has been great. Thoroughly enjoyed. I can't wait for what the next act's gonna bring us. We're gonna be cooling down for the ending bit has caused my throat to be fucking racked after all the talking. Holy shit, I'm dying. Being narrator for a while and then falling for the greatest comedy bit at the end, it's really fucked me up. Next time, Like a Dog, be continuing. We might see Toby Morrow's execution. We're gonna back to calm after that. Nice and relaxing session. Not gonna be 5 hours, probably. I guess real quick, we look at the straw poll. Seems like for Wednesday sessions, since we're not gonna be doing anything, execution's so justified. Yeah, no. Well, poor Toby Morrow. We were retconning him out of the FGO event. Yeah, I'm gonna call the straw poll here. We're not gonna be streaming for the weekend beyond this until next Tuesday. Yeah, next Wednesday game is gonna be Interbreak. Our Final Fantasy VII. That's gonna be fun. But Tuesday, or Mahoya. I hope to catch y'all then. Alright. I'm trying my best to stay. Trying.